hit the record. I think we are ready to go.
Okay. Thank you, Andy, and welcome to OPAC today on October 29th. Good morning. My name is Susan Chambers. I'm Chair of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. Tara Brock is the Vice Chair, and I think she might be in and out today. She had a conflict. I'll bring the meeting to order. What else do we have, Andy? I was going to go over some of the chat things, and there we go. No, I can't see it because I have my screen blocked. Hang on. Okay, yeah, just please keep, we're all used to this by now, I think, after 5 years of Zoom meetings and online meetings. Keep yourself muted unless you're speaking. Please use the chat or raise your hand for if OPAC members want to speak. Use of the chat, let's save that for links. Public comment, if anybody wants to make public comment, please let us know in the chat. Try to avoid conversations in the chat, but links or technical difficulties, things like that, please let us know. There's also the bottom of the screen, you have some technical support people, Amanda and Jeff, to let them know. And thank you all for keeping your cameras on as much as you can. I know sometimes if it's stormy, my internet goes in and out, and so to, adhere to bandwidth, sometimes I have to turn off my camera, but it really is nice to see everybody. So appreciate that.
Yeah, you kind of look like you have it breezy there in the Caribbean.
See, that's where I'm wishing I was. Okay, I guess, Andy, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Make sure that you do name yourself appropriately in the chat so that we can have a complete public record as a record of the meeting today. And we will go into member introductions. And Susan will, I think, do the kind of roll call following the order on the slide listed. And we do have some new members, and we do want to recognize the fact that we had Joe Liebezeit also reappointed for his second term, so he's starting his second term. So why don't we go ahead and go through the member introductions.
Okay, like I said, my name is Susan Chambers. I represent Commercial Ocean, South Coast. Tara Brock, I don't see her on here. She's a vice chair. She will be here next meeting, I think. Kyle, welcome to OPAC. Good to have you here.
Yeah, nice.
A little bit about you.
Nice seeing you again, Susan. And yeah, your virtual background is making me very jealous right now. My name's Kyle Motley. I live in Coos Bay, Oregon. I work for the Alaka Alliance, a group that is doing sea otter reintroduction, but I am here just representing the coastal public at large. I love living on the coast. I'm an avid surfer. I actually gave myself a pretty bad concussion surfing yesterday, so I'm probably going to turn my camera off and on since my doctor told me I'm not supposed to be staring at screens for 7 hours, which really coincided with staring at a screen today for 7 hours. But I will be here. Yeah, I'm just stoked to be here. I'm stoked to be working with you all and looking forward to learning more and working with you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kyle. Sorry to hear about your concussion and totally understand. I get it. So appreciate you letting us see who you are for right now. And then I'm sure we'll see you off camera. Nick Edwards, welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick Edwards. I'm a, resident of Coos Bay, Oregon here for about 47 years. I'm a commercial fisherman. I own the fishing vessel Carter John out of Charleston. We fish Dungeness crab and cocktail shrimp. And I have 2 governor appointments. One is the International Port of Coos Bay, and the other is OPAC. And I don't want to be in the Caribbean right now. It's a little breezy over there.
Oh,
Susan, I love your background.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Margaret. Hello? Is she here? I thought I saw her here.
Sorry, I am here. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm just you know, morning time. Good morning, everyone. Margaret Corby, Lanhanas. I'm Margaret. I'm representing the coastal tribes of Oregon. I sit on the OPAC tribal seat, and yeah, happy to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Margaret. Richard.
Hi, my name is Richard Heath. I now live in Grants Pass, Oregon, and I represent charter sport fishing and recreational fishing for the South Coast.
Thank you, Richard. Good to see you. Duncan Berry. Did I see you on here? Welcome.
He has an excused absence. He's traveling in Asia.
Okay. Okay, well, that's too bad. I was looking forward to meeting him. He is one of our new members. Joe Liebezeit, congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you, Susan. Hello, everybody. I'm Joe Liebezeit. I represent statewide conservation on OPAC, and happy to be here today.
Okay, Amelia. Thought I saw you here.
Yes, I am here. Good morning,
Awesome.
everybody. My name is Amelia O'Connor. I'm a Central Coast resident and the non-fishing recreation representative for OPAC. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mark Quayla, I thought I saw you here.
Yes, hi, thanks, Chair. Yeah, my name is Mark Queel. I'm the Clatsop County Commissioner and very proud to represent Tillamook, Lincoln, and Clatsop counties. And I have a background in seafood industry. My brother actually is on the Otter Trawl Commission and fishes out of Warrenton. And my day job is I'm an executive director of the Columbia Memorial Hospital Foundation. But I'm really glad to join you today.
Wow. Yes, welcome. And let's see. Can't see who's below that, Andy. Fran.
Yeah, good morning, Susan. Good morning, everybody. I'm Fran Recht. I am a elected city official from the city of Depot Bay where I live.
Welcome. Okay, and I think that.
Yeah, that is our voting member contingent, Susan. And I would just take a moment of privilege here as staff to say that we do have a number of vacant seats available in our voting OPAC members. If you know of somebody who is a representative of the seats where we need to have representation, and you think that they would be good to the council, for the council, please reach out and let me know. We are actively recruiting and trying to get our membership back up to kind of a full membership status. So thank you for that moment of privilege. Do please think about helping us to fill the seats on the council. We are going to be embarking on a significant period of work over the next few years, and having our full representative voices on the council is going to be very important as a part of that. Moving on to ex officio members, so that's non-voting and council members and staff.
There we go. Ray Monroe. I did see you on here earlier.
Good morning, Ray Monroe from Pacific City, Oregon. I'm representing coastal small ports and local governments. Thank you much.
Thank you. Is Lisa or Laurel here today?
Good morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, sitting in for Director Assumption.
Thank you, Laurel. Justin, I thought I saw you here.
Yep. Yes, thanks, Chair. Justin Ainsworth here. I'm the program manager for the Marine Resources Program at ODF&W.
Thank you, Justin. Karina.
I think Karina is only going to be able to join us for the STAC offshore wind event later this afternoon. She is taking care of her father on the East Coast.
That's right. I forgot about that. Thank you, Andy. Ryan.
Good morning, everybody. Ryan Vandenhoof here, representing the Department of Environmental Quality, where I'm the Legislative and Policy Analyst for Water Quality Programs. Thanks.
Thank you. Natalia.
Good morning, everyone. Territorial Specialist representing Department of State Lands.
Thank you. I like your background.
I like it too.
Chandra, I don't think Chandra could be here today. I think she had a last minute conflict. Is that correct, Andy?
That is correct. I received notice
Okay.
that she will not be joining us today.
Okay, and John Allen?
I also got an email from him saying he is out at a conference.
Okay. And Alexis or Alex?
I am expecting Alex to join us later this afternoon for the Coastal Mariculture Collaborative briefing.
Okay. Lisa Phipps?
Is also out at a conference today.
Okay. Must be some conference. I bet they're all at the same one, right?
I think it's everyone's scattered.
Yeah, yeah. Steve Shipsey, I don't think he was here yet.
Nope, I saw him.
Hi, I'm Steve Shipsey, and I'm not invited to any conferences, so I can come. I'm counsel to the council.
Glad to have you here, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chris Wall, I don't think will be here.
No, she is a federal employee who is not working at this time.
Okay. Do we have any questions about introductions or people on OPAC or membership or looking for future members that we can answer now before we move on? Yeah, I'm not seeing any. Okay. So Andy sent out the draft meeting summary from May. Seems like it was yesterday, but it was May. Are there any revisions to that?
And Susan, if I may, for the benefit of new members, our draft meeting summaries are generally a very high level summary. They include the action items that the council takes an action on at the start. And then we document the member participation, public participation, and any presentations that were provided. All of our meetings are recorded and posted to the internet afterwards, which we share via our Oregon Ocean information and our agency YouTube account. So these draft meeting summaries are very high level, but I think the recordings are the true record of the meeting. So they work together. The goal is that you can read the draft meeting summary, get a very quick understanding of the actions that were taken at the meeting, and then basically documenting the rest of the process. So for new members, that is the format that we have traditionally used, and we are happy to take suggestions about that. You know, this is not something that's written down in stone. So if there are improvements to that over time, staff welcome it. I see Fran's hand raised.
Perfect. Thank you, Andy. Fran.
Thank you. I don't have any revisions, but I wasn't able to find addendum 1 and addendum 2 on the OPAC page. But maybe I wasn't looking in the right place.
Fran, your sharp eyes caught the fact I did not actually addend the letters that were referenced. I will go ahead and put links to those in the chat. They are available on the Oregon Ocean Information website in the document library in the OPAC section under OPAC Publications and Recommendations. So we'll provide the links, but that's how you would navigate there if you are on the Oregon Ocean Info site, which is the site we use to facilitate this council's business.
Yeah, thank you. I looked around, but I wasn't very diligent, obviously.
No worries. Okay, are there any other questions? And I guess, Andy, I have a question for you. I wasn't keeping track. Do we have a quorum?
We do.
Okay, I kind of thought we did, but I wasn't sure. Okay, so if there are no revisions, or if anybody has any revisions, speak up now. Otherwise, we need a motion to approve the meeting summary. Anybody?
I move that we approve the meeting summary of May 7th, 2025.
Thank you, Fran. Do we
I'll
have a
second.
Okay. Was that Nick?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And we usually do things by consensus here. Andy, do we need a vote for this, or can we just do it by consensus with the thumbs up?
Consensus is our goal.
Exactly.
So, yep.
Okay, so if you can give us a thumbs up, either on screen or virtually in the reactions. One from Kyle, one from Fran, one from Nick. One from Joe. Okay.
I'm seeing only thumbs up.
I'm seeing a thumbs up too. Thank you, Richard. And Margaret. Thank you very much. Okay. Andy, I think that covers that portion.
Great. So we are now going to move into a brief member orientation. Since we have some new members, this will also be a refresher for existing members. This presentation was originally provided back in 2014 or 17, and the text that's on these next slides was taken directly from the OPAC Policies and Procedures document, which you can also find in that document library. And I will fly through these, and I apologize for the text-heavy nature of them. They're really just excerpts of that particular document with the highlights. So the structure of the council is that there is an officer executive board. They are made up of a chair, a vice chair, an at-large committee member. So those are the officers, and they join staff and representative of the governor's office to form an executive committee. And there are also the council also has the ability to stand up other ad hoc committees or subcommittees as deemed necessary. We've mentioned STAC already today. This is a standing committee of the council. It is chaired by the Oregon Sea Grant Director right now. That's Karina Nielsen. And those STAC members also go through a process of approval with OPAC as new members are added and or needed. So the chair and vice chair of the council help staff to manage the work of the council through the establishment of our meeting agendas. They will work with the executive committee to solicit agenda items from council membership and staff. That committee strives to design the agendas that are going to be both timely and efficient in terms of addressing the needs of the state. Council meetings are run by the chair with support of staff. Member roles in particular are guided by ORS 196.438. So those lay out the interests, the agencies, and the public members, and the appointments process that is required to establish the membership of the council. And the goal is that all members directly engage in a consensus building process as we work through issues of importance, and those issues can come from the governor, it can come from state agencies, and or potentially local governments upon request. And there is an expectation that members will bring what they are hearing from their constituents and from their organizations to the council. So they are not just there as an individual representing themselves as an individual, but they are a representative of the interests that they are serving. So it is their responsibility to help understand the perspectives of those various constituencies and bring them to the council's table so that they can be heard and considered when the council is making decisions and hopefully coming to consensus. And we expect all members to engage in a productive and respectful manner. I think we need to spend a lot more time on that. It is understood that many of the council members may be participating in other initiatives or partnerships or groups. And in those situations, they are not there to represent OPAC, but they are there to represent those constituencies unless OPAC has taken an official position on the matter, in which case it can be presented to those organizations. And it needs to be done verbatim, which means, the words that the council chooses when it makes its recommendations are important to relay. There is some guidance about how STAC members participate in consensus building, but really the STAC members who are also OPAC voting members, they're going to have a somewhat unique role. It's really the voting members of the council who will actually take official action when the council is considering an action. The council also has the ability, if need be, to invite state agencies that are not officially called out as OPAC members to attend a meeting or a series of meetings, depending upon the topic that OPAC is engaged in. And we can't require their participation, but we can encourage them. And generally speaking, when I have reached out to other agencies to request participation, that is one that is received, and we do get participation as need be. We do, in terms of meeting planning, attempt to work towards the major actions and work programs that we have set. And we strive to provide a forum for discussion and action as needed, but we also strive to educate our public through presentations and briefings to the council for new issues or problems or tasks that the council is setting out to achieve. And that a work program and task schedule is something that the council needs to consider and agree upon. And actually that will be one of the big focuses of today's meeting is kind of laying out on the table a potential work plan for the council in the coming years. And as mentioned previously, all agendas are prepared by the executive committee and approved by the chair for distribution. So I work with the chair to make sure that we have that information publicly available, posted on our website, and emailed out, noticed at least 1 week prior to meetings. And the executive committee can invite chairs of working groups to the executive committee meetings as necessary. As mentioned earlier in our conversation today, the council strives for consensus in its decisions. And that means that for each decision the council makes, there is an attempt to try and reach consensus before moving forward. And consensus is defined in particular in our procedures document in the following way. It means that each OPAC member can say that they were a respected member of the group that considered the decision, that their ideas, opinions, knowledge, concerns, beliefs were listened to, that they listened to the ideas of others, and that they can support the decision of the group even if they might have made a different decision had they acted alone. So that is the definition of consensus that OPAC has, and we do strive to meet that as a standard. On their advisory recommendations, general consensus is a participatory process. So all members, including voting and non-voting, will strive for agreements that they can accept, support, live with, or agree not to oppose. In the case where we do not reach consensus on decisions, then there is a voting process that the council has. And it does require that OPAC have a majority of the quorum of voting members to pass any motion or take any action. I'm not going to go through some of the other pieces here. In general, the chair can initiate or entertain a motion to vote on the issue if it's clear to them that a consensus cannot be reached. And all members of the council, voting and or ex officio, may fully participate in discussions. So the process is the voting members make motions and seconds. All motions have to be seconded to be acted upon. The chair may also elect to suspend debate and set aside the issue to a subsequent meeting. And there, on the topic of minority reports, there is not a practice that we issue minority reports in general, but all products and positions of the council can reflect minority positions if minority language is organized and approved by that by the minority members. So there's an opportunity for, in the case of a vote, if those who did not vote for an action, they can work together to provide their perspective. But that is not something that staff per se will do for them. And a motion to reconsider a decision may be entertained by the chair if a majority of those present votes to reconsider something. So there is an undo option if there is, for some reason, a need to do that. And then there's a definition of what constitutes a quorum and how those how the quorum may be reached. So in our history as a council, there have been situations where members participated and voted by phone. In today's world where we meet virtually, we do count participation in a virtual setting as meeting a quorum. I do hope that we have the ability to meet in person again in the future, because I think that is important. In that circumstance, we would strive to provide an opportunity for virtual and in-person participation for the purposes of meeting an OPAC quorum. And a quorum is necessary for OPAC to take an action. And Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our quorum number of voting members is 8.
It varies with how many seats we have filled, but you're correct.
Okay, thank you. Kyle, I see your hand. This is my last slide, so I'm going to go through that, and then we can take questions and have a discussion. So new members to the council, and there is a new process for council kind of onboarding. And for those of you who've just gone through this, it's not going to be news, but all of the administration of boards and commission members is now being organized and facilitated through the use of the Workday software system that the state has. As new members, there is a requirement that trainings are completed. So once you get fully onboarded, and Amanda McNabb and I help with the process of moving you through the Workday system so that you become an official member of the council in that system. Once you do that, in the Workday system, you will see required trainings. There are some links to new commission member trainings, and there are requirements for annual trainings that every board member has to complete. And these are an annual requirement. I think there is some minor modifications to them that take place over time to improve the trainings, but that is something that it is required. And some of the resources that we have organized and made available for you include a boards and commissions member handbook, an ethics law guide for public officials, and the Attorney General's Public Records and Meetings Manual. Those are three of the documents we would refer back to if we get questions on member administration. All right, so I'm going to stop the share so I can see you all, and then we will take any questions. And Kyle, your hand was raised.
Steve answered my question, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Are there any other questions about OPAC procedures and or policies?
I'm not seeing any hands.
Great.
I did
Okay.
have a question, Andy. When was the last time we met in person? Was that in December 2023, 2024 in Coos Bay? Do you remember? I'm just curious.
Boy, yeah.
Okay,
That
no big deal.
I'd have to go back to look. I'm thinking it was actually pre-pandemic, and the meeting that you're remembering was an offshore wind related meeting. But I would have.
The one at
Did
the
we have
casino.
one meeting?
We have
Yeah.
one
Margaret's
meeting.
nodding. Yeah.
Yep, at the Mill Casino.
Okay.
But I think that was the last one we've been able to have in person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is still a goal. Yeah, I think 2023 sounds right. It's been at least a year or two.
That was when we took final action on the
The Rocky Habitat
Shores,
Part
Rocky
3.
Habitat.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, Kyle, you have a question.
I do actually, yeah. As far as like recruiting new members to open positions, are they appointed on like a rolling basis, or is it dependent on like legislative sessions?
They are appointed on a rolling basis. The Senate Rules Committee does meet throughout the year, so there are multiple opportunities throughout the year for nominations to be reviewed. Not all members of the council go through the same process, however. For example, the South Coast government seat is appointed by the governor in concert with the South Coast counties. So the South Coast counties would need to provide a recommendation on somebody that they would like to have representing them, and that is reviewed by the governor and then appointed if that is appropriate. For other seats, there is a requirement for Senate confirmation, and that would mean that the nominees go through the Senate rules process. And there are some seats that are direct governor appointed. Those are our public at large seats. And all of that is provided, guidance for that is provided in the statute. I think it's ORS 196.438.
Thank you.
Yep. But in general, if you have somebody who you think would be interested or well qualified to serve in any of the vacant positions, please reach out to me, and I would work with Susan and the governor's office to do outreach and to help them understand the process of submitting an application. All right.
Cool. Thank you, Kyle. Any other questions? I know I'm trying to find someone to fill my position because my second term is up in June. Is that right?
Yep.
So if any of you, I've checked with a couple commercial fishermen who are not interested. So any suggestions, let me know. Any fishermen, processors, anybody, that would be great. We want to make sure that OPAC has as many positions filled as we can. I think there's going to be a lot of things happening in the ocean that will need, the governor will need OPAC's advice on. So we really want to get these positions filled. So, anything else on that, Andy?
No, not on that. I think we should have a discussion around, because we are about 30 minutes ahead of schedule on our agenda for the rest of the day. So my suggestion would be, because Chandra has provided some message points on the governor's executive order that I can provide the council. And then we have a break scheduled, and then we have a significant agenda item on our Part 3 Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. We did have a very short lunch break and an Alaka Alliance briefing at lunch, which was going to be kind of the rest of the lunch hour. So one option might be to move something up into the morning space, or to have a longer lunch break in order to facilitate a longer lunch break. But I think we would
I
need
vote for that, Andy.
I think
Longer
we need
lunch break.
we need to confirm availability. I do not see Jane. I do see Bob Bailey of the Alaka Alliance. Bob, maybe if you could reach out to Jane to see her availability for starting a little bit earlier in the morning to allow for a slightly longer lunch break, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Joe raised his hand.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. It's really disappointing to hear that Chandra can't make the meeting. We've had a history of the governor's office not coming to OPAC meetings, which is really disappointing, especially now that there's the executive order out. So I just wanted to understand, can we work with the governor's office of having an alternate besides Chandra, maybe Jeff Huntington or some other person coming to these meetings, so we can minimize the governor's absence from these important OPAC meetings? And also, who is going to give the update now that the governor's office will not be present? Thanks. I'm not sure who answers that.
Yeah, Joe, I can. Chandra did provide me with a few messages from the governor's office about the executive order, and I will relay those to the council, but I certainly cannot speak for them directly.
What about a mechanism for trying to have alternates from the governor's office to join these meetings, sending some kind of message out to Chandra on that?
If the council would like to do that, I think that is something you are able to do.
Andy, if we were to, write a letter to the governor stating how important we think this is and that we need representation, would that be something we could do? Or would it be better to just communicate that through agency contacts? Or, because I agree, I'm really kind of, I miss having the governor's staff here, especially when we want to hear from them, and we're also here to advise the governor's office. That's frustrating. I think this week there are some other things going on, so I'm not as I'm a little more understanding this week, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But it has been frustrating in the past to not have governor's representation here. So which would be the best route to do that? Or would it be better if I reached out personally, or you, me, and Vice Chair Brock reached out personally? Or what's the best path forward, do you think?
My personal opinion is the best path forward would be the executive committee reach out.
Okay. Okay. Can we agree to, do we need a motion to get that started, or can we just do that? Or are there any other questions or suggestions from OPAC members about that, about having the executive committee reach out to the governor's office?
My opinion is it's a stronger request if there's consensus from the group that the executive committee take that action.
Yes, I support that.
I would support the executive committee going to the governor's office.
Okay.
I support that as well. Thank you.
I would as well.
Thank you.
Richard just gave a thumbs up. Ray just gave a thumbs up.
I support it as well.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Natalia. Okay. I think we have consensus on that. So Andy, let's figure out a time when we can do that.
Okay. Steve, I did not hear a motion or a second. I don't know that it's required in this instance. I feel like the executive committee has the support of the council to reach out.
Yeah, I think that's adequate, Andy. We have a clear, consensus from the council that they want the executive committee to approach this that way. I don't think a motion is necessary. Thanks for checking.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, Steve. Okay. So with that, time is it? We're about 15 minutes early.
So I can go ahead and I'll share my screen again.
Okay.
Provide the messages from the governor's office about the executive order. I am thinking an 11:30 start for an Alaka Alliance update might work well. And that would give us a little bit of extra time over the lunch hour before public comment at 1. If that works, Kyle offered, and I know Bob Bailey is on the line as well. So I'm hoping they could facilitate Jane's availability if that's possible. Kyle, you raised your hand here.
Yeah, Jane and Bob said that they could do 11:45. Jane has a meeting until 11:30, so she would just need some time, but she could bump it up a half hour if that works for everybody.
Susan, I think that works.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay.
Okay, I will let her know.
Well, thank you, Kyle.
Yes, thank you, Alaka Alliance, for being flexible.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it was announced last week via press release that the governors issued an executive order on the climate resilience for natural and working lands and waters. QR code to access the release is on the screen. There is a link from that press release directly to the executive order language itself. It's a long order. It's I think 10 pages, and there's a lot there. And I think agencies are just beginning to really understand and to think about how to respond and how they are going to be involved moving forward, thinking about resilience from the perspective of our oceans and our nearshore waters. There is a 10% by 10 years goal. And so that goal is set for agencies to conserve, protect, restore, or connect 10% of Oregon's lands and waters within 10 years. And this applies to all land and water types, including the ocean and nearshore. There is not an expectation for an agency by agency equal contribution to the goal. Some agencies are going to be better positioned to act on this than others. That work will be convened and led by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. Apologies for the acronyms here, in coordination with the governor's office. And that interagency team is charged with determining baseline conditions and the requirements for qualifying actions that are going to fit under the protect, restore, connect, and conserve categories. Continuing on the 10 by 10 years goal messaging, it is the expectation that the actions will be additive to conditions that exist today. And within 10 years, there will be an additional 10% of lands and waters that will be conserved, restored, protected, or connected. The executive order does not specify interim targets, but these may be set during an implementation process to track progress towards the executive order goal. Regarding implementation of the executive order, it's going to begin immediately with the convening of the Governor's Natural Resources Cabinet and the establishment of an interagency technical team led by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and Watershed Enhancement Board. The interagency team will be considering characteristics that make Oregon's lands and waters resilient to the impacts of climate change. So thinking about the attributes of our systems that contribute to resiliency. And it is expected that the interagency team will include or consult with representatives that has expertise in different areas, including the ocean and marine environment. So the ocean will be represented in this interagency team to help the rest of the state think about how the ocean contributes more broadly to the state of Oregon's resilience. Agencies will use the resilience attributes to inform the actions they will take in furtherance of the 10% by 10 years goal. And the actions will be specified in work plans, biennial work plans that will be developed on a schedule to inform development of the governor's requested budget. So this is the state budgeting process. Agencies submit budgets to the governor, and the governor selects things from those budgets that they are going to include in their request. The biennial work plans must also be shared with the boards and commissions in a manner that allows for public comment. And one of the takeaway messages here is there's a lot of work to be done in the short term, establishing the teams, next steps, and timelines. How will OPAC be involved specifically? There's a bit of uncertainty there, and thinking about that is still early. However, activities that we do and that we have some control over, that think about actions or processes that will protect, restore, connect, or conserve the ocean environment in a manner that promotes resiliency to climate change effects. So we should be thinking about OPAC's role in the ability to foster discussion about resilience, think about how those actions can contribute to resilience, especially from our changing ocean conditions. And the last point here is there is an encouragement of this group continuing to brainstorm and come to the governor's office to have conversations around OPAC's role and its ability to move forward to meet the executive order. This is a quote directly from the executive order. It's the one place OPAC, I think, was called out by name. And it recognizes that the organizations, many of which are here with us today, Department of State Lands, DLCD, Department of Fish and Wildlife, shall work with OPAC, the Science Trust, and Sea Grant to evaluate opportunities to support long-term resilience of nearshore resources in Oregon and incentivize and promote globally competitive ocean-reliant products derived through sustainable practices. There's a lot there, and I think that we do kind of do this already through our administering of the Territorial Sea Plan, in working towards Ocean Resources Goal 19. So I see this statement as recognizing the good work OPAC does already and helping to think about that as it moves forward and contributes to resilience in other ways. So that is a summary of the messages I was provided by the governor's office. I'm going to stop share so I can see you all. I don't know if I can attempt to answer any questions the council may have. I think I speak for all of my agency counterparts in saying that this is still very early, and we are just beginning to think about what this means in fitting in this kind of new perspective to work programs that we already have in place, and thinking broadly, moving forward as to how we can help the state be more resilient in the face of our changing climate, in whatever action the state has control of itself. So I will stop there and open the floor for discussion.
Thank you, Andy. I know I had some questions, but like you said, I think it's early days trying to figure out exactly how this is going to work. I had planned this week to call some of our state agencies and just say, hey, what do you think about this? What are your plans? Is there anything we can talk about at OPAC? But I didn't get that done. But yeah, I think a lot of it we're already doing, like you said. But, do any of the state agencies have things they want to share right now with ideas they have to implement this or anything? Because that's my question.
Maybe I'll start off, Susan, by saying that I think that the process that we have established in Part 3, the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, is in many ways directly applicable to this potential ask of the executive order. And we will move into that conversation as one of our next agenda items. But I will just say, the council continuing to think about how additional marine management designations can contribute to our ocean resources goal is, that's foundational. So
Yeah.
I will pause there and let others help to fill in the thoughts here. Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Andy, and to Susan, to your question. Yeah, I may not have a very satisfactory answer, but all I've really had is the conversation with our director's office that, our first read on this and the need to set up this interagency team to, establish the baseline conditions. And so all I've heard from our director's office is that, their initial discussions about setting that up. I don't have any news to share about, how many, which agencies will be involved. And, there were several agencies named in the order, but in terms of establishing baseline conditions in this committee, I don't have anything to report today. It's just really early days on that. So kind of not much to share on that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I know one of the things I was thinking about when I first saw this executive order and thinking about baseline, establishing the baselines, I was thinking about offshore wind. And, I know there's a little bit of a pause right now, but how do we measure, what we have now so we can make sure that that doesn't change, or to measure it against effects of offshore wind or other renewable energy in the future. So that really kind of hit home for me. So I appreciate that, Justin. Thank you. I saw Joe followed by Kyle and then Natalia.
Thank you for that briefing, Andy. I would love to hear from maybe your perspective from DLCD and maybe other agencies on, I know it's still early, but like defining the resilience attributes, and that's going to be a key thing for then, depending where things are at a baseline and where to move forward from there. So I think, STAC could be a great resource in that, helping at least the agencies relative to the nearshore ocean, in helping guide that discussion, since there's a scientific expertise there. But yeah, I just wanted to get your quick take on how you think a DLCD will go about trying to get at defining resilience attributes, and then what will that look like working with other agencies? I assume it will be through that interagency group that's in the order, to ensure that all agencies are coming together in a way that has a unified vision of what the resilience attributes are, so it can be applied across the state. But yeah, if there's any perspective from you, Andy, at DLCD or others in the agency or other agencies too, I'd love to hear what you guys are thinking at this point. I know it's still early.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Happy to provide some early thinking on this. The first thing is I want to recognize the fact that the state is, in the process of changing the name and scope of the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Coordinating Council to an Ocean Change Coordinating Council. And DLCD sits on that council together with other agencies, where we have been talking about the challenges of acidification and low oxygen zones off of our coast, and the increasing frequency and duration of some of those events. And recognizing that there are some early indications that protection of submerged aquatic vegetation is an important action to take if you are trying to buffer and provide resilience in the nearshore system. That's one of the things that has been shown to be helpful potentially in mitigating those two potential impacts. But we are, as I mentioned, broadening our view of the ocean change to also include marine heat waves and the increased prevalence of harmful algal blooms. So continuing to staff and support that coordination body is an important function moving forward, because that has been the place where the conversation around changing ocean conditions has been held. So I would say continuing to support that effort, fund that effort, and maintain capacity there will be valuable. I think some of the additional actions which we have seen recently in recognition of the importance of our kelp forests through some restoration efforts is also an important first step. And I think there's early indications that there's some good outcomes of those actions. So I think thinking about how restoration of our nearshore environments can contribute to this goal is an important concept. And the recognition that that is a very discrete and limited resource in our nearshore is important to call out, I think, as a baseline condition. Understanding the changes in our kelp bed ecosystems, their persistence, will be an important part of this conversation moving forward. So those are some of my early thoughts, Joe, as it relates to some of the things that we would consider from a resilience perspective if we're thinking about the ocean. I see a couple of hands up. I think, Kyle, you were first, and then Natalia.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, so I guess the way I'm reading this or hearing this is that there is like a 10% of all lands, waters, nearshore ocean combined over 10 years, but there has been like no actual like delegation of how much land versus freshwater versus ocean fits in there. And I'm wondering, I'm assuming there'll be a process maybe with the interagency committee to kind of figure out, like, knowing that the ocean is only a small piece of all of that in the state, like how much of that is going to go towards each specific kind of habitat or ecosystem. Is that right?
I think how agencies are going to interpret those measures is the first important step, and working with that interagency team to lay out what we think that means for the ocean will be an important task. Natalia?
Yeah, thank you, Andy. From DSL, we're still looking internally how we can incorporate and how we can see that new executive order, and our executive team working on that. But it's really very broad, and I think we all agency, including DSL, we really need to have a clear vision and guidelines from the governor office how it should look like. So maybe a kickoff meeting or that first meeting, the board will organize and give us that guidelines and vision how they see the state and specific state agency and other stakeholders should implement or incorporate the strategy in their individual strategy. But also, it's not just about this climate resilience order, because ocean and land connected, and it would be good to see and to know perspective how we can incorporate other executive orders that may come up in the future, or another one, Order 2525 about renewable, accelerating renewable energy, solar and wind. It looks like they're more related to land, but there is no clear specification. Do we consider wind and solar on land or ocean? How we should deal with if, let's say, project with the solar floating will come up. But that specific renewable energy order also relate to siting and permitting, which agency also need to work. And there, offshore wind come up. How we should consider implementation of these two executive orders together with the current developing offshore wind roadmap led by DLCD, and also Oregon State Energy Strategy led by Department of Energy. Because that should be really holistic vision and view and specific responsibility and timeline for each agency, what they can do in their function and responsibility and implementation and regulation for that. And for DSL, because we are starting the rulemaking process for amendment of Division 83 related to granting easements in the territorial sea for undersea infrastructure. That also would help DSL to understand how we can incorporate in our application process and siting and permitting procedure and practices, all of those things. And particularly we know that Southern Resident Orca also agency develop a specific management plan about endangered species. That is all connected, and we can work together on that. But I think, yeah, the main point, we really need first kickoff meeting from lead by government office to give us clear perspective and vision how they see that, and all of each of us there in a PAC, including of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalia. And maybe I missed it, but did any of you mention when the kickoff meeting might take place? I mean, I'm assuming, this just came out not too long ago. So is there I know you guys are probably still trying to coordinate, but is there a timeline for the first meeting that you guys might have?
Not that I'm aware of, Susan.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Anybody else? Any other questions or discussion? Fran?
What Natalia said kind of got me thinking that there are competing interests and goals, and all of this seems to me to relate to some sort of mitigation strategy. If you do X, then you must compensate by contributing to this 10% by 10 years or whatever it is. And that might be a sort of a way to frame some of these things. I don't see some of these other, for example, as Natalia said, energy mandates or industry structure mandates going away. But if at least we could get some contribution to meeting this other broad goal, then I wouldn't feel so bad about some of these things that are happening to our oceans and lands. So, but that's something that, for example, a STAC or a citizens group or interagency group with other contributions could be considered. How would we design a mitigation strategy, and how much additive? It's really hard to restore, and restoration of anything is never, it takes years and years for a restored environment to even resemble, in many ways, a natural environment. So those numbers would be important. And thank you.
I think understanding OPAC's role in this and what our goal is, as as interpreted from the EO, it will be an important first step.
Natalia, that link that you put in the chat, that's the actual EO, is that correct?
Yeah, that's about accelerating solar and wind energy. It's actually came up before climate resilience order. It's October 6th.
Oh, okay.
It's related tax credit, but it's still unclear. There is no, is it like related solar and wind project on land, or it's just general Oregon renewable energy goals? And actually adding to that, that may be also a question to Governor Office. If we're talking about climate resilience and ocean, well, ocean doesn't have water. I mean, we create them between states, but it's the ocean circulation that some process we cannot impact. So that make me thinking about how we can also incorporate regional cooperation on climate resilience and ocean issue with California and Washington state, at least for the Pacific Northwest, considering that we have subduction zone that also require some emergency response. So that would be also another point to discuss and see that vision about regional cooperation on implementation those orders from Governor Office and our role in that. Yeah, I'm thinking that idea come up because on the offshore wind roadmap, we discussed about research cooperation and maybe join California. So that could be a connection pathway there.
Exactly. Yep. I know that's one thing that, in some of the other arenas I work in, we've talked about that, how the California current connects California, Oregon, Washington, clear up into the North Pacific. So how do we do these things regionally and, in one state? So that'll
Yeah,
be an interesting discussion.
sorry, just talk about and other things come up. Mariculture forum that will be conducted in November 12 and 13 in Coos Bay. And there is agenda already available, and there is a lot. What type of research we need for mariculture? That's also regional cooperation and climate resilience. What we can do.
Good point. Very good point.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Okay, any other questions that we can try to answer, either Andy or other agencies or anybody? Karina.
Hey, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm calling in from the East Coast and a little distracted with some elder care issues, so I'll be in and out this meeting. But I wanted to share on the issue of regional collaboration. And I think folks have seen this before, but the Oregon Ocean Science Trust recently presented to the State Land Board on the West Coast Ocean Science Action Agenda. I just put it in the chat, the link for folks. And that might be, one of several vehicles that might be helpful in thinking about regional collaboration per Natalia's earlier comments. So just wanted to share that. And I know I heard the word stack come up a few times, and we're presenting later today, but obviously the stack will be available to help in whatever ways OPAC deems appropriate on this responding to the executive order and those actions. So thanks.
Thank you, Karina. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know when we might discuss what stack can do. I mean, I know that's going to be in the future, but appreciate your work with that and leadership on stack. So I'm sure we'll be hearing from you guys. And good luck on the East Coast. Anybody else? Any other questions or comments regarding the executive order? Nobody?
Susan, I took the liberty of rearranging the agenda on our slide here. So if we follow our order, we'll have a 15-minute break next. Then I will go into the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy update. That will end at 11:45. We'll have 45 minutes for the Lock Alliance briefing. So we're going to push lunch back a little, but we're going to add 15 minutes to that time period. So if that works for you all, then I think that's a good realignment based upon reality today.
Yep, I like it. Thank you, Andy. So given that, and that we don't have any more questions, let's go ahead and take a break until 10:30.
Yep.
So 13 minutes, 10:32, somewhere in there.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, as members reconvene, please let us know if you're back in the chat or by turning your video on.
Or send a thumbs up or a wave via the reactions. It all works. Okay, I'm thinking we have several people back. Oh. No wonder things look weird. Much better. Ah. Okay. Andy, I guess it's
Yeah, Mandy, are we still recording?
Yes.
Okay, great. All righty. So Susan, if we're ready to get going, I will go ahead and start.
Yep, let's keep moving.
All right, I'm going to start off with an apology. You guys are hearing way more of my voice than I like during an OPAC meeting. I like to allow other people to provide perspectives and have their voice come into the picture. And unfortunately, Eva Krukowski, who is our Rocky Habitats project coordinator, cannot be with us today. She is on bereavement leave. She had a death in the family yesterday. So I'm covering for Eva, and I'm wishing her well in whatever she needs to do. And she prepared these slides for us. So the structure of this agenda item, we've got quite a bit of time, and we've got 3 parts to it. The first part is an update on the work we've been doing on our Rocky Habitat Management Strategy through a project of special merit that was funded to build capacity at the 8 new sites where there were management designations that are now in place. The second part is to have a mini panel. We're going to hear from a couple of community members that have been working with us as a part of this process. I thought it would be valuable to have their reflections on our work and for you all to hear some of their perspectives thinking about moving forward into the future. And lastly, I'm going to provide a summary of marine conservation areas assessment that we have completed at the department, and that will help think about habitats, nearshore habitats, and our conservation area baseline. So that's the broad summary of what I'll be covering today. But first, I wanted to highlight some of the objectives from the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy that I think, upon reflection about the recent executive order, really clearly demonstrate how directly applicable the Territorial Sea Plan is to our thinking about resilience. And that really is a balance between the use and conservation of our resources. And the first objective is that we want to implement management programs that help to maintain that balance. So we want to allow the enjoyment of our rocky shores while protecting them from overuse, degradation, and loss. We also highlight the fact that we as a state can't do everything, so we need to foster personal stewardship through education, interpretation, and information sharing. All of that goes towards the objective of maintaining, enhancing, and restoring our nearshore rocky habitats and the biological communities that occur there. And in doing so, we need to continue to realize that we have a lot of knowledge gaps in our nearshore ecosystem still. And through our stewardship, through our management, we need to continue to develop that understanding by fostering research and monitoring efforts. And in doing so, we need to make sure we're doing it efficiently and effectively through coordination among our natural resource agencies to help us go to that first objective of maintaining the balance for our nearshore communities over time. So the process that I'm going to talk about today is what was a long process to designate sites. And this process was kind of documented in the Territorial Sea Plan, Part 3, Appendix E. Section E of Part 3 actually dictates what that process is and would look like moving forward. But it was centered around community involvement and the ability of those communities to propose new management designations that sought to meet those objectives. The Ocean Policy Advisory Council led that public process. It started all the way back in 2020 when our communities, in the midst of our pandemic, were able to focus on what they needed from a rocky habitat management perspective and actually develop and submit applications for new sites. The working group that was established at the time by OPAC reviewed and ended up moving forward recommendations that were then approved by consensus by the full council. And at the end of that process in November 2023, the Land Conservation Development Commission, which is my agency's commission, approved the OPAC recommendation for the designation of those 8 new sites. Following that approval, our program, the Oregon Coastal Management Program, submitted a NOAA Program Enhancement Grant application to build site capacity at these new locations in these new communities. And so the goal of the project was to build capacity in those places while also providing some capacity for the interagency rulemaking that needed to happen to actually implement and put into Oregon Administrative Rule the amendments to the plan. So the goal is to build capacity for the programs by developing 8 site management plans and to continue to coordinate with those community organizations and agencies on what the strategies should be at these locations. Additionally, we put in as deliverables for that work the ability or the function of compiling a library of educational materials related to tide pool and nearshore habitat education, as well as some maps and digital tools that would be useful for the community when they're interacting with their public or just trying to understand more about these locations. Here is a map of all of the 8 newly designated areas. They span the coast from in the north, Ecola Head, right near Tillamook Head, down south all the way to Cape Blanco. They include marine conservation areas, marine gardens, and marine research areas. And as a part of our work to amend Part 3, the state clarified and solidified the definition of what those areas are. The one category out of those 3 that is somewhat flexible in terms of the regulatory rules that were going to be put in place was the marine conservation area. We allowed marine conservation areas to have customizable regulations based upon the needs at a specific geography. So those areas, while they have the same name, have different regulatory and non-regulatory strategies associated with implementing them. All told together, now those 8 added to, I believe it was 14 that were already in place. So now the state has a network of rocky habitat protected areas that include 6 marine conservation areas, 9 marine gardens, and 7 marine research areas. And that does not include the additional efforts of marine conservation, focused on marine conservation, which can be broadly thought of as the marine reserves or marine protected areas that were implemented through the legislative process as a result of OPAC's recommendation much earlier. So we now have quite a network of sites. We did work extensively with our communities and with our agencies throughout this program enhancement grant opportunity. I want to recognize the work that Eva led to consult and coordinate with our 5 federally recognized coastal tribes, the agencies who were essential in helping us because they have a role in terms of enforcement and or regulation. And there was a group that kind of went over and above that. We called them the Rocky Habitat Partners Group, which was really the agencies who are kind of on the ground most closely working with communities at the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department or the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the community organizations associated with the local geographies. And I'm not going to read all of the names of the organizations that participated, but each of these organizations allocated staff time to join regular monthly coordination meetings that helped us work on the template for the management plans, helped us think about conducting and organizing the workshops that were held. So a big shout out to all of those groups and the partnership that we've had in working forward, working on this particular opportunity. We did additionally have a lot of public engagement associated with the effort. So we held a series of workshops. I believe it was 5 workshops in person in the fall of 2024. And then we held a series of virtual workshops to follow on this summer. Eva also completed a number of other public engagement opportunities with academic universities, with a training. So she helped to coordinate a tide pool interpreter training that was held at the Hatfield Marine Science Center. And we have continued to provide project updates through other existing networks like our Coastal Planners Network and others. So there has been, and I would call out the great work Eva and our department has done in making sure that we are grounded in the perspectives of the people in these places that helped to provide a justification and rationale for the need for designations in the first place. Here you have a picture from a little workshop that we held on the Central Coast. This was at the Depot Bay Community Center, so you could, the window looked right out onto the bay from this little spot. And it showed the great kind of collaborative nature of a group of people coming together to think about how we can work on managing these areas, including what would be the focus of interpretation or educational efforts, what existing efforts or what new efforts would be necessary from a monitoring and community science perspective, as well as what enforcement and compliance would mean at these sites and potential needs. So we are now at the point where we have our first draft management plan out, and the management plans are structured in the following way. We really wanted the plans to include how the goals of the areas would be applied at the site, what those goals, objectives, and actions were, what kind of coordination actions between or within community groups, or even spanning broader efforts to include governmental agencies, how they would coordinate to work on site improvements and education. And some of those efforts were thinking about future engagement between interested groups and the public, and others were thinking about the needs of additional scientific monitoring or citizen observations at each site, as well as what informational materials would be valuable to distribute. And this picture is from the North Coast Land Conservancy, highlighting an educational experience at Cape Falcon. And on the North Coast, the groups who have been a part of the Cape Falcon and Haystack Rock awareness programs were very beneficial to learn from as we thought about the new sites on the North Coast. So as I mentioned, I think the first management plan draft is out for review currently. It is a beautiful site at Coquille Point. There is a new marine garden that is there. And marine gardens are really focused on the educational component of visitation, really helping the public understand what they're looking at, what they're seeing at, how to behave in a way that's not going to disturb the animals and the plants that call that area their home. And so this is the first of 8 plans to be released. We are thinking of it as a template for the other plans. And included in the plan are non-regulatory management strategies. So these are things the group can do that are not an enforcement action, but they're designed to, again, balance use and conservation of these special places, and in particular, the Coquille Point area. So encouraging of educational interpretive programming can help to minimize impacts to the resources that are there. And those educational programs should aim to reduce the impacts of trampling, wildlife disturbance, as well as to help monitor the impacts of that visitor use by providing increased outreach and messaging around the rules, around the needs of the animals and species that live there. Here is a table of the management plan objectives together with site actions. And these actions were collected through our workshops. So these were provided by the communities themselves as their kind of touchstone objectives in particular. And they range from tribal coordination to public access to natural resource conservation to public visitation, site monitoring, and lastly, compliance. And so our efforts in working with the community in this area was really to try and understand what actions would contribute to these objectives. And the management plans include tables of actions that were provided at the community workshops themselves, organized into these broad, big buckets. Lastly, we are also providing additional materials and educational resources associated with these sites. In particular, the Oregon Ocean Information website will provide the management plans, the regulations, boundary maps, and how to get involved if you are interested in site monitoring and interpretation. There will also be regulatory signs. I think those are in development that will have links or references to go to places where someone can find out more information about the site. For example, the boundary maps or etiquette or regulations that are there, along with additional outreach materials that may be distributed by the local communities, like flyers that could be shared with businesses, or educational materials for local schools or outdoor camps. And then here we have highlighted a few additional resources. So the OregonTidePools.org website, which we co-steward with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, is really focused on how to plan your trip, what you might see when you get there, understanding the tides, understanding some of the most common species you might find. the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has a new marine managed areas geospatial tool, as well as, you know, materials in their sports fishing regulations booklets. So we've tried to help organize all of these digital resources so that communities have easy access to them. Here's a great picture of some of the new signs, interpretive signs at Coquille Point. The sign on the right provides, I think, a really great explanation of a marine garden in terms of what the goals are and what's allowed and not allowed. And you see that little QR code here. That's, you know, where we will be able to provide links to web resources that would be applicable. And lastly, you know, we are including in the site management plans some compliance and enforcement information. Really, this is the kind of contact information that's specific to the area relative to the, you know, whatever the emergency or enforcement action is that needs a response. So we heard loud and clear that communities valued this type of information, so it is also included in the management plans. So as our project comes to a close, I think we were very lucky to have Eva join us and to work with us on this project. Her position was a temporary position based upon the funding, and that will end by the end of the year. But thinking about what's next, we have an opportunity to further collaborate with the Marine Reserves Partnership Program. That is a program that exists mainly for the marine reserves and protected areas, but there's no reason why we couldn't broaden the scope and potential reach of that to leverage work that's already happening. We are interested in formalizing kind of coast-wide standards for community science data collection. So what are the types of information that we could have community members collecting, and how can we do so in a way with our systems so that you know, the information that we collect is valid, is useful, and is informative for the needs that we have of managing the sites. We are also working on some technological improvements to our digital tool, Oregon Sea Sketch. I'm currently working with the developer of that tool to incorporate iNaturalist observations into the Sea Sketch framework. So any of you who is familiar with iNaturalist knows that if you have the app on your phone and you're out in someplace in the world and you don't know what a species is, you can snap a picture of it, submit it with some basic information to the iNaturalist community, and you can often see through other people's observations whether or not what you snapped a picture of is an organism like correctly identified, as well as there's a number of subject matter experts that do identify and officially kind of approve of observations as a representative of that particular species. So I'm excited to be able to pull in some of the biological observations that currently exist in the iNaturalist system into Sea Sketch. We are also thinking about how the state can participate in the development of a marine education curriculum. So how do you know, what is the most effective in terms of tide pool interpretation and education? And what are the partners that would be appropriate to engage in that? And how do we continue to use something like that to help in our broader stewardship efforts? And lastly, I think this work was valued by our community partners. So we would love to be able to continue to work with our communities up and down the coast. So we are seeking future investments to provide the coordination capacity that EVA was able to bring to bear on this project for the future. So that concludes the first portion of this agenda item. I'll stop there and take any questions people may have.
Well, people are thinking of questions, Andy. I just want to say thank you for that. And please convey to Eva, she's done really great work, and your presentation was great as well, but wow, what an accomplishment. Those are great. I mean, everything that's gone on with those are fantastic. So really appreciate that. It's such a good story to tell. It's so positive, and wow, I'm impressed. I really am.
Yeah, I was almost jealous because she got to do that full time. And I would have loved to be able to do that full time.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So what
Andy, can you put in the chat what they used to take a picture of was with that app that you can get that app on your phone?
Yeah, iNaturalist. I would be happy to. Yep.
Great, thank you. Great presentation.
Laurel, do you want to mention the state parks iNaturalist?
Oh, well, there is an ongoing iNaturalist for coastal state parks and the ocean shore that's been going on since the Beach Belt anniversary. So there's a lot of fun data in there if you want to go explore it. I can put the link in the chat. There's thousands of people that have participated and hundreds of thousands of records. So it's pretty cool. And it is constrained sort of a coastal strip. So I would be happy to share that.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just wanted to say a quick big thank you to Eva and DLCD for I live right next to the Cape Foulweather site, and the process was incredibly accessible and engaging to the local community here. And thank you so much for that. And it's really neat to see that. So thank you.
Thank you, Amelia.
You're welcome.
Anything else before we move into the next part? Andy, I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay. Well, we are now at the point where I'm going to welcome our guests. So we'll encourage Angela and Kent to turn on their videos. And we have asked them here to answer a couple of questions and then be available to answer your questions. And the questions that we asked them to answer were, if additional resources became available, what would be your top priorities for advancing Rocky habitat management? What aspects of the partnership between our state agencies and organizations have worked particularly well, and what could be improved? And the third is, as we look ahead, what role do you think the state should play in supporting continued collaboration with communities? So with that, I will start with Angela. And welcome, Angela.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for giving me a few minutes of time to talk about Rocky Habitats. I am so passionate about them that I'm not kidding when I say if I could adapt myself to live in them right now, I would pack my bags and I would go live in the Rocky Intertidal. It's just the most magical place in the whole wide world, as far as I'm concerned. So my name is Angela Whitlock. I'm the Marine Program Manager at North Coast Land Conservancy, and our marine program supports outreach at Cape Falcon Marine Reserve, the northernmost and youngest of Oregon's 5 marine reserves. And we also helped support the Rocky Habitat designations for Chapman and Ecola here on the North Coast. We're based in Seaside, Oregon. Our office is here in Seaside, Oregon, and I'm a native Oregonian. I have lived on the North Coast for the past 26 years. And I have seen firsthand the impacts of increased visitation, especially, since the pandemic. There has been a lot of increased visitation and development here on the North Coast, especially. And seeing the day-to-day impacts to our rocky habitats has been quite concerning. So it's been really, really wonderful to be a part of this designation process and the site management plan process as well. We've really appreciated having community input because the communities surrounding each particular designation see the day-to-day changes and the season-to-season changes and the needs of these sites. So having voices from the local communities has been really, really important. And then in the management plan development, when Eva came on, I can't say enough about what a wonderful job Eva has done in gathering people together, creating the Rocky Habitat Partners meetings, connecting us regularly to talk about next steps and the issues. That has been just a really, really helpful part of the whole process. So we've really appreciated being involved in that. And then I also think having the site visits, because each individual site up and down the coast is unique, has unique needs and issues. And so having agencies and other organizations come and actually see in person for themselves the unique aspects of each area has been really important. So the programming that I do with our marine program here at North Coast Land Conservancy is we get volunteers on the ground at Short Sand Beach at Cape Falcon Marine Reserve to do environmental interpretation. I'm a former Haystack Rock Awareness Program environmental interpreter, and to me, I think that is like the gold standard. They were in their 40th year of public education, and they do such an amazing job connecting the public with the rocky intertidal habitat at Haystack Rock and Cannon Beach. And the programming that I do, I have based very, very closely on what I learned through the Haystack Rock Awareness Program. So we have a Tidepool Ambassador program that goes out during the summertime that offers free public education to help connect folks to the environment. We also engage in community science projects. We do sea star monitoring and bird nest monitoring. We partner with Bird Alliance of Oregon to get folks out to monitor the black oyster catcher nests. And we also do marine debris surveys. So if we had additional resources and capacity with my organization, I can envision expanding community science and our Tidepool Ambassador program to go to these rocky intertidal habitats at Chapman and Ecola. I would love to see that happen. There's a big, big need. Signage is wonderful. I think the signs that State Parks has come up with are really important and really well done. I can also say that I see a big need for translation for our Spanish-speaking community as well. But I don't think there's anything really that can take the place of on-the-ground education. Being out there, having signs or having, information out there about areas that are protected and things that you can't do is one thing, but to be face to face with people who are coming and visiting the Oregon coast for the very first time and don't know how to interact with it and might never have heard of a marine protected area or a marine reserve or a ochre sea star or a black oyster catcher, having face-to-face interactions and helping people discover the beauty of the area, there is really nothing that can replace that. So I see education as a really, really important component to managing these areas in the future. There are also some campaigns that I think are really important. The Oregon Coast Visitors Association has they call it a Coast Like a Local campaign. So different folks and different organizations have put together little video clips of how to coast like a local. Here's what how we deal and manage with our dogs in the environment. Here's how we clean up after ourselves. Here's how we stay on the trails and interact with wildlife and take only pictures and leave only footprints. I think there is a need to amplify this kind of messaging so that people know before they ever even come to the coast that there are a lot of really incredible protected areas and how to interact with them before they even get here. Locally, the Tillamook Coast Visitors Association has also engaged in a Leave No Trace campaign, which is much the same. It informs people how to be good stewards of the area when they come and visit. And so, yeah, I think my main message here is I'm big on education. I'm big on person to person, face to face, boots on the ground, interacting with folks and helping to facilitate their own connection and their own love of the environment so that they want to take care of it themselves. There's a quote by the poet Mary Oliver that is my favorite quote, and it says, she says, "Attention is the beginning of devotion." And to me, that is emblematic of the work that we do here with our marine program. We strive to focus attention on the beauty and the importance and the delicacy of these areas and the impact that people have, and hoping to facilitate a sense of love and devotion for these areas. So with that, I think I will go ahead and stop now. And but I also want to say, and I'm very sincere about this, if any of you would like to come and see Chapman and Nicola, I would love to take you out and show you, give you a private personal tour. It is one of my favorite things to do. I do it for work and I do it in my free time. And like I said, I would live there and I would love to take you and show you how beautiful these areas are. So thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. Really appreciate it. I think we need to move on to Kent from a timing perspective, and maybe we'll have a little bit of time for questions right when Kent is done.
Well, thank you to all the members of OPAC for this opportunity. My name is Kent Doty, and I'm with Seven Capes Bird Alliance. And I'm so appreciative of the opportunity to talk with OPAC about rocky habitat. I see the real benefit, what has really payoffs and benefits from these designations is not only the protection and stewardship at individual rocky habitat sites, but also this process has brought together and coalesced coastal conservation groups to work together, to share resources, to help amplify the message of coastal conservation up and down the coast, and to advocate for ocean conservation. So I think that there's benefits that we're experiencing that go beyond just the individual sites. Seven Capes Bird Alliance proposed and are putting together the management plans for Cape Lookout Marine Conservation Area, Cape Foul Weather Complex Marine Conservation Area, and we are also working with Fran Rec on development of activities and programs at Fogarty Creek Marine Conservation Area. So if with additional resources, well, first off, I just very, very appreciative of, and Andy described it, the coordination work that Eva has put in DLCD on bringing the rocky habitat groups together. Seven Capes Bird Alliance co-chairs the Rocky Habitat Partners Group, along with Eva at DLCD, and that group has come together. We benefit through sharing resources, able to keep informed on what's happening with state agency involvement in it, as well as community groups. And like I said, I think one of the greatest payoffs is that we've learned how to work together to protect these important areas and reach out to the public on it. My top priority should additional capacity. First off, I think I hope that DLCD can continue to act in a coordinating capacity. And another future, if at a visionary level, beginning to think about a network of marine designations that includes marine conservation areas, marine gardens, marine research areas, as well as the marine reserves and protected areas. Rather than individual sites, begin to think of as a network that considers ecological connectivity such as larval drift, socioeconomics, and community values, so that we're approaching at a coastwide level, and that could fit in with the governor's executive order of 10 by 10. The other thing that Seven Capes has been working on is management plans for Cape Lookout and Cape Foulweather. We've got draft management plans that are along the same template of Coquille, and those will help guide us forward in terms of the implementation. One thing with the workshops that DLCD put on, it really was a great opportunity to reach out to the public. Our next challenge for the sites Cape Lookout and Cape Foulweather and Fogarty is to migrate these sites from programs that Seven Capes is managing along with the state to really make them into a community-led process. And I saw that that's beginning to happen when I talk with people at Morocco neighborhood by Cape Foulweather. I really have there's a sense of ownership and responsibility and stewardship. I'm seeing that happen there. I'm seeing it, that same voice within members of Seven Capes. So growing these sites from a single community group like Seven Capes into a community-led process, I think, is our next approach. And as we look ahead, the other thing looking ahead at a visionary scale is if we were to develop a network, at having a inventory of rocky habitat sites, I think would be very valuable in terms of identifying other areas on the coast that would benefit from designations. So with that, I think I'll just let's take on any questions, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about rocky habitats.
Yeah, thank you, Kent. So while the group is pondering questions for Angela and Kent, I would say, a couple of things I heard is, continued coordination assistance by DLCD is one of the most valuable things. So that I'm hearing loud and clear. I'm also hearing that thinking about our, I would call them investments in our nearshore resource management, which are the marine conservation areas, marine research areas, marine gardens, marine reserves, and marine protected areas, that we begin thinking about those as a more of an ecological network of protected areas that can function as such. And I think that is something for us to think about as agencies when we think about the executive order and the potential need for additional conservation area focuses and tools. So thank you very much. are there, Joe, I saw your hand raised for a minute. Did you want to ask a
No,
question?
I that was by accident, sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. Well, I'm not seeing any of their hands raised, so I just want to thank both Kent and Angela for sharing your perspectives and for being with us today, and for the partnership that we've built over the last 18 months, and I hope to continue into the future. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That was very interesting, and I think it bodes well for the future.
All right, so I'm going to move into the last kind of component of this agenda item, which is to report back to you on a nearshore habitat and marine conservation assessment that we at DLCD have completed. And as I approached this, I thought about the driving questions. And at our last OPAC meeting, we did have questions about our baseline, like what is the composition of habitats in Oregon's nearshore marine ecosystem? What percentage of those habitats is in a protected area? And as I thought about that, I further thought about, are the protected areas that we have actually representative of the habitats in the nearshore? So how do the composition of habitats in protected areas kind of relate to the broad ecosystem? So the first question, what is the composition of habitats in the territorial sea? And this was a picture earlier this year from Yaquina Head. Probably one of the best rainbows I've ever seen if you turned around and looked towards shore. But I digress. The first thing I'm going to mention is that one of the things I get to do as a part of my job is participate in partnerships and networks at a regional level. And I have been a participant in the Pacific Marine and Estuarine Fish Habitat Partnership for over a decade. And this group is one of the partnerships. There's a whole network of them around the country. The PMEP, as I call it, is our region's version of this partnership. And it spans the entire West Coast, but it includes representatives of state governments, federal governments, NGOs from across the region. And many of those members have subject matter expertise in habitat classification, in fish use of habitats. And I'm providing the update today and giving you a background on this because of the fact that this is the data set that I used to conduct the analysis. And I use this data set because the state of Oregon historically has been a participant in this partnership, and we have provided the best state level data on our habitats to the regional entity, and that regional entity produced a product that is a nearshore state of the knowledge and data layers related to both a substrate and biotic components of the nearshore habitats. So this state of the knowledge report, which I was lucky enough to be a part of the team that helped to produce it, but I'm going to call out some of my other colleagues who helped to generate this, including our now retired staff from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Dave Fox and Steve Rumrell. They were participants with me. Greg Kritzkowski from ODF&W as well, Scott Happel, Dick Vanderschaff, a number of subject matter experts from across the region participated in the development of this State of the Knowledge report. If you have not seen it before or are not familiar with it, it is an excellent resource. The state of Oregon was happy to contribute to that effort, and we feel it is one of the best products to date. And so this is the information that I used. Shameless plug, if you haven't explored this data, there is actually a training opportunity next week. If you want to capture the QR code from the slide, or I think Jeff or Susan just put it in the chat, you can find information about a workshop. And that workshop is designed to help somebody learn how to use the nearshore habitat and estuary habitat viewers. So there are two products, they're packaged both in the same application, but you can browse and view the nearshore data available from this location. But they also provide the data and at a regional level. And so at a very high level, in a very simple way, I'm going to explain what we did to answer the question of how much habitat is protected in the state of Oregon. So we took the regional data set, we extracted the extent of Oregon waters from that regional data set. So we have now a territorial sea specific version of the data. I then integrated all of the marine managed areas that we have in our geospatial system. So the marine gardens, marine research areas, marine conservation areas, marine reserves, and marine protected areas. So all of those investments in nearshore habitat conservation. So I merged those all into a single layer, and then I integrated via a spatial overlay, which resulted in a product that has the conservation areas together with the habitats. So you, as a result, get a table of habitats and conservation areas together. And from that, you can then produce information like which habitats, how much habitat is present in which types within the territorial sea. So this chart has habitat type on the left and square miles as the axis horizontally. And you can see that the vast majority of our territorial sea can be characterized by kind of sand and small sediments. So sand and mud. If you want to go down into the individual levels of the classification system, with then some limited areas represented in kind of a hard substrate or rocky substrate format. Another way of looking at this, I provided a pie chart just so you get a little bit more of a sense. And you can see that, again, the vast majority is characterized by sandy and muddy environments with some mixed in of bedrock, other types of rock like gravels, cobbles, boulders as a whole. So this is just the nearshore substrate habitats within Oregon's territorial sea as a starting point. Simplified, you can see that about little over 10% of those habitats have some rocky element to it. And when we think about nearshore ecology, hard substrates are really a foundational element of the ecosystem because they allow the biota to grow on top of them and do things like create kelp forests, and they provide vertical relief. So there's an interaction with the oceanography in the water that allows there to be complexity of habitat structure, and usually that means it's a more productive ecosystem with more higher diversity of fish species. So now that I've given you a little bit of baseline on the habitats within the territorial sea, I was able to then calculate the same thing for marine managed areas and the habitats within marine managed areas. So the total percent of all of the areas together was almost 10%. So that is the marine research areas, the marine conservation areas, the marine garden, the marine reserves, and marine protected areas all together summed up almost 10% of the territorial sea. And this is a breakdown of the habitats within those areas. And there is a slightly higher percentage of rock in those areas than in the territorial sea more broadly. And I think that is because of the recognized importance of the rocky habitats another way of viewing that again, you can see the different types of kind of hard substrates in the kind of upper right quadrant here. But again, the vast majority of the area is characterized by kind of our unconsolidated mobile sediments, sand, mud, sandy muds, muddy sands. However, the experts classify based upon composition of those, mineral sizes and grain sizes. So that is a high-level summary of habitats and conservation areas within the territorial sea. So I end this portion of the presentation by thinking about that makeup of conservation areas. And as we think about the next focus of a Part 3 site-based proposal process, we now have a baseline of almost 10% in some sort of protected area. And with the recent release of the executive order, what are the natural synergies or approaches OPAC wants to take to try and meet the goal? And what other area-based management tools should be considered? So those are some of the kind of launching off points for a discussion on this. And I'm gonna maybe I'll pause and see if there's questions on any of the answers I provided specifically or the makeup. And if there's not, then I'll stop sharing so I can see your faces.
Thank you, Andy. That was fascinating. I had no idea there was so much sandy mud, muddy sand, but thought the rocky part was pretty apropos.
Yeah, Kyle, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, hi Andy, and maybe I missed this, but I was wondering, do you know like how much of rocky habitat across the state is protected or in some kind of conservation status?
That was going to be the next place I went with the assessment, is to actually calculate total amount of rock to see within our protected areas how much. And I think we could get there. I just didn't have enough time ahead of the meeting.
Do you have like even a ballpark idea from looking at the data? No worries if not.
I would guess about 10%.
Okay, thank you.
So out of all of, in the territorial sea, 10% of that is rocky, and within our conservation areas, roughly 10% of what's protected was rocky. That's where I'm basing that off of, but I would want to go and do that specific part of the analysis, and I am happy to share either the GIS data set and the tables afterwards as well.
I see Joe has his hand up.
Yeah,
Joe. Thank you, Andy, for that little analysis. That's really informative. I wonder now with the executive order out and the call to define resiliency attributes, how that might affect how in your analysis, you just basically took existing protected areas and did the analysis that way, but I would think that the resiliency attributes will help refine the definition of what protected is in the context of climate resilient habitats. So I wonder how that would affect this analysis going forward. I know that this is kind of a quick and dirty one, but it seems like there'll need to be some first of all, what are the resilience attributes? What's the agreement on those amongst different agencies? And then how do you apply that to an analysis like you've done to ensure that there's consistency across the board on what we consider these climate resilient habitats that we're aiming for with the 10 by 10. So I wonder if you have any insights on that based on what you've shown us today.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Couple of responses off the top. I think that investments in our marine conservation areas where we have on the ground stewardship and action is likely going to have a larger effect and impact on preservation of biodiversity and reduction in habitat disturbance. I think this was step one in a broader set of steps that I would like to include in further analysis. For example, much of our coast may be inaccessible due to its geomorphic nature, right? So steep rocky cliffs that have rocky habitat at the base of them. There's not a lot of people that are getting to the base of steep rocky cliffs unless they've fallen off the edge and need a rescue. Right, the physical environment of Oregon's coast can provide some natural protection just because of its nature. There are also other, I call them other effective area-based or conservation measures that can be put into place. For example, there are fishing regulations that occur and have some spatial elements to how they are implemented. They're not necessarily a designated area, but they may have depth ranges where there's limitations. There may be other designations. For example, all of the offshore rocks and islands that are part of the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge are wilderness. And so people are not supposed to go on them. But there is essentially a ribbon of intertidal habitat around each one of those offshore rocks and islands that I would say has some kind of de facto protection measures, because if you're not allowed to go on them, then the only way you're landing on them is if you're in some sort of emergency situation to begin with, or if you're doing something nefarious on purpose, right? But I think that, there are habitats that are out there that we could also think about having some conservation area measures around that would be effective, but also not greatly impact the human communities that have a history or culture pattern of fishing in certain places. But I think there's a balance there in terms of use and conservation. And I think we need to try and understand that balance as best we can. And I think there's going to be a lot more that we need to think about as a part of this question as we move forward in thinking about the value of additional marine conservation or restoration kind of measures. Yeah, Fran?
Thanks, Andy, for all that work. That's fascinating, and you make good use of the tools that are out there, and just constantly gaining on and using material that's been compiled, and I'm really appreciative of your work. What comes to mind, and I submitted some of this during the designation process for Fogarty, I think. I'll have to dig it up. But and a lot of it came from California and the East Coast and Gulf Coast research. But I'm a little bit sensitive to the demeaning of sandy habitats, because the studies from California and elsewhere showed that during high tide, fish in huge numbers were using the beach and foraging, maybe because there's, submerged aquatic vegetation. There's a lot of detritus on the beach, whatever. It's a very important habitat in the near shore. I don't know about the deeper environments. And I'll try to dig that up, because I think we should consider that, because as sea level rises and more people want to rip-rap their beaches, we are losing the sand from our beaches, due to, the erosion factor that comes with riprap. So I think when we're talking about resiliency, we might want to consider this. We really want to consider, what does it mean for the habitats in the sandy beaches attached to our intertidal areas, where there's riprap proposals going on left and right, and seawalls, and ODOT, wanting to riprap how many miles, 3 miles, extra, et cetera, of Beverly Beach. So I will dig up some of that and send it to Susan or you to distribute. And I think there was a video. I don't think I had the primary research, but it was cited. So just want to kind of open up the conversation. I really like Rocky Shores, but that's not the only habitats out there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fran. And I think it begs the question to the council, like, is our goal to have, if we have additional protective area measures, a representative proportion of the habitats that are in Oregon's nearshore also in a conservation area status? So I think it's a good question for us to consider as we think about the value of additional investments in protection, conservation, or restoration. So thank you. Yeah, Joe?
Yeah, I think that's a good point that Fran brought up, and that you bring up, Andy, of, do we want to think about it in terms of, in the next 10 years, 10% of those vital habitats? But part of that goes back to, I'll talk back to Rocky Habitats again, but not to emphasize they're more important or anything. But when we were going through the TSP3 process, I remember there was interest in kind of redoing the inventory that had been done in 1990 when they were first kind of designated. But there wasn't funding in place to do that. And this might be more of a question, or I'd love to hear from Justin at ODFW's take on this, because I know that that is a big interest of theirs to focus on Rocky Habitats, and it seems like that would be the agency, ODF&W would be the one that would have a great role in a second inventory at some point for Rocky Habitats, or for any other habitats as well. I know that can open up a can of worms, because it takes time to do and money to do those. And maybe it wouldn't fit within the 10-year goal in the EO, but still, if you have important new information on the ecological value and also the human dimension value, where a greater frequency of storm surge or things like that are going to be important to incorporate into a resiliency attribute, I would think, as well. So I know I'm kind of going a little bit all over the place here, but I think there needs to be some thought put into better understanding those habitats before we draw circles around them and figure out where we need to invest, because I think that will actually help us know where we need to invest if we have better input information. So maybe Justin can say something, or you, Andy. I'd love to hear some of the agency's perspective on
that. Yeah, thanks, Joe. It is something that we've talked about, that to revisit the Rocky Habitat, Rocky Shore inventory. But I think you kind of hit the nail on the head too. It takes investment, it takes time and money. With our current funding structure, we just don't have the capacity to take on anything like that. Our work in the Rocky Intertidal is limited to just some monitoring at some key sites with our Marine Reserves program. We work in the estuaries in the intertidal quite a bit, but along the open coast, yeah, not so much. So yeah, I agree. It would be great to be able to take on some renewed inventory, especially in light of this executive order. And but yeah, just don't have the capacity right now.
Yeah, Joe, I'll just chime in to say I too think that's a very important next step for us. I think there are places that have had regular monitoring across the coast, and they're great reference sites, but filling in the gaps in between where those exist and where they don't, it would be very valuable. I will mention one effort our department is also leading, and that is about now 15 years ago, we've had Oregon Shore Zone flight occur, which was an aerial survey with oblique images that was captured. And at a landscape level, there was a characterization of the biology and the geology across Oregon's entire coast. We are now, actually, there's a request for proposals open currently for acquisition of the next set of images or a shore zone effort that could be used at a landscapes level analysis. So I think we need to think about a landscape level approach combined with a local biodiversity set of observations together, so that we can make inferences, but from a local level to the landscape based upon objective data and information. So that is just one more thing we have kind of going behind the scenes. I think the flight will be next spring during the low tide series of next spring, because the goal is that you have imagery that's collected at below an average tide level, so you get the lower intertidal habitats imaged. But I certainly would encourage us to think about how we can support better monitoring and inventorying of these nearshore systems together. Okay, Susan, I'm not seeing any other hands, and I do see that we have Jane Beccari with us. So if they are ready, maybe we can move on.
Sure. I forget what we changed our times to.
Yep, it was going to be 11:45, so we were just a couple minutes ahead of that. So
Perfect. And then we will break for lunch and then have public comment at 1 o'clock again.
yes, and
Okay.
if anybody does want to get in the queue for public comment, please submit your interest in that in the chat.
Wonderful. Okay. Welcome, Jane. Glad to have you here.
Great to be here. And I think Bob Bailey is also here. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. I think I hadn't done this before. Let's see, desktop 2. And okay, can you see the full screen? Or are you seeing my notes?
Nope. Full screen. Looks
Okay,
good.
I did it right for once. So I guess it's still morning. Good morning, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jane Beccari. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaca Alliance. And I think I'm joined here today by Bob Bailey. He's our board president and probably very familiar to most of you who work in the ocean and coastal space. We really appreciate you providing us with some time today to give you an update about the Alaca Alliance. And I've got a few slides I'm going to share, and hopefully we'll have some time for discussion and questions afterwards. Just a quick overview of what I want to go over today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Alaca Alliance for those of you who may be new to OPAC or not that familiar with who we are. Talk a little bit about what we do and why we do it. I'm going to give you an overview of our strategic approach, and then talk some about getting to yes for sea otter reintroduction to Oregon. What is it going to take? And kind of looking into the future about how we do this. And then let's have some discussion afterwards. So the Yalak Alliance, basically we're an organization of tribal conservation, nonprofit, and community leaders and partners with a shared vision. And Oregon Coast 50 years from now, where our children and grandchildren can coexist with a thriving sea otter population and a robust and resilient marine ecosystem. So the Yalak Alliance was incorporated in 2018. We're an Oregon-based nonprofit, but the vision of the Yalak Alliance goes back a quarter of a century to Dave Hatch, who was a Siletz tribal member, and he started thinking about, we have these place names for sea otters, Otter Point, Otter Rock. There's at least 6 different words for sea otter in indigenous languages along the Oregon coast. Why don't we have sea otters? So he engaged with a number of people, including Bud Bailey, to think more about this question of why should we think about bringing sea otters back to the Oregon coast? Why is it important? And also to delve a little bit more into the cultural significance of sea otters to Oregon's coastal tribal people. Our mission is simple. It's to make Oregon's marine and coastal ecosystems and communities more robust and resilient by restoring healthy population of sea otters to the Oregon coast. Our mission statement, we actually just kind of tweaked it earlier this year. We led before with our mission being to restore sea otters. That certainly is our mission, but we felt like it was important to lead with the big picture. The long-term purpose of our work is to have a more robust and resilient marine ecosystem. And so that's what we want to lead with when we talk with people about what we're doing and why we're doing it. So sometimes people will ask, well, why sea otters and why now? We haven't had sea otters on the Oregon coast for over 100 years. Everything seems to be fine. People are used to living without them. We have fisheries and other industries that have evolved and developed without them. So why are we talking about this right now? I'm sure most of you know that sea otters are a keystone species, and they are really critical to the health and diversity and productivity of the Pacific marine and coastal ecosystems on the west coast of North America. And there is recovering sea otter populations in other parts of the historic range. Primarily Alaska, at least, I'd say over 50%. No, actually, it's 85% of the sea otters that now exist globally are found in Alaska. So some of those populations have recovered quite well. In other areas, California and Washington, British Columbia, there's been translocations of sea otters that were remnants after the fur trade. And those populations they're doing okay. There's about 3,000 sea otters, southern sea otters in California. There's almost 3,000 in central Washington. So why do we need them in Oregon? Well, there's actually 900 miles of coastline where sea otters were historically found between central Washington and California, where there are no sea otters. And because they serve a role as a keystone species, there's been significant impacts to the environment in these marine areas where we don't have that apex predator. A classic example is, if you look at the images here, the sea urchin barrens that we're experiencing in many of our historic kelp forests along the West Coast. And in some areas, this has been caused by both the lack of sea otters and the lack of another keystone species, sea stars, sunflower sea stars in particular. And so that has meant that basically urchins have pretty much mowed down kelp areas. So in order to have resilience, we actually need more than one predator. We need predator redundancy, and sea otters will provide us with that in Oregon, even if we do have a recovering sunflower sea star population. And also, we hear a lot about the role of kelp in sequestering carbon and climate resiliency. This is a complex issue because where kelp helps to sequester carbon really depends on the type of kelp and where it's found. But there's no denying that kelp forests can help to mitigate the impacts of storms caused by climate change. And there's definitely opportunities for carbon sequestration in some kelp areas and also in our estuaries with the eelgrass. So another thing that's very critical to our mission is restoring cultural connections. As I mentioned, there has been historically a relationship between the tribal peoples in Oregon and sea otters. Sea otters are found in their ceremonies. They're reflected in their language, in the narratives. There's images of pelts that have been used for ceremonial regalia, and also some tribes who currently have pelts will still use that as such. And so our coastal tribes also understood that sea otters were key participants and had a key role in how the ecology of our marine systems worked. So why do we have an Alaca Alliance? There's a very unique role that an organization like the Alaca Alliance can play as we think about restoring a species to its historic range. First of all, in Oregon, because we haven't had sea otters for so long, it's been over 100 years, no one's been talking about them. There's no one with experience of living with sea otters. And so the organization has served as a bit of a catalyst for starting that conversation and getting folks to understand, first of all, that we don't have them, why we don't have them, and why it's important to bring them back. Most of the people that we initially talk with through our outreach and education don't realize that there are no sea otters in the wild in Oregon. They've either seen them at the Oregon Coast Aquarium, the Oregon Zoo, and down in Monterey, and they make the assumption that we have them. So that's often a starting place for the discussion. We have the ability to coordinate with Oregon and regional partners in this effort. While Oregon is unique in the sense that we don't have any sea otters at all, there's recovery efforts active in California where southern sea otters are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. So there is a recovery plan for expanding their range and ensuring their recovery. So there's an expertise down in California, also in Washington and other places where there's sea otters that we work with. Our goal is to lead with the science. So while sea otters are a very engaging, charismatic ambassador for ecosystem restoration and resilience, it's not about just restoring a cute animal. It's really about making sure we understand why it is important scientifically and ecologically to bring that species back. Also, as a nonprofit, we can be a trusted source of information. We're not a government agency. We're not regulatory. We're really just trying to ensure that people have an opportunity to engage and participate in this process. We're developing relationships and trying to understand the interests of community stakeholders that could be most impacted by an action to restore sea otters. Building public awareness and support is also really important to our work. And finally, we feel that, and I shouldn't say finally, I think most importantly, we really want to ensure that our tribal partners have the opportunity to participate and maybe in some cases lead this effort. So our strategic approach, we've had a strategic plan since 2019, so since our early days, and it's basically focused around making sure that we understand the science and we fill information gaps, that we're doing the outreach necessary to build public support and understanding for why this is important, and also aligning planning and action across agencies and tribal entities to ensure that as they're thinking about their priorities and actions to manage and restore our coastal resources, that sea otters are part of that conversation. One of the first things that we did to ensure that we were getting the science right was I think I missed a slide here. We completed a feasibility study. So in 2022, we issued a study that basically looked at whether it's ecologically, biologically feasible to bring back a species that hasn't been in Oregon for over 100 years. Is there the habitat? What does it mean to bring back a species where we have basically had an environment and communities that have evolved without it? And so concurrent with that, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service also completed a feasibility assessment. And this was a directive in the budget bill that directed the service to do a feasibility assessment for restoring sea otters in Northern California and Oregon. So both of those studies, they're complementary to each other. The service actually provided the Alaca Alliance with funding to do ours. So that was what they'd first done, and then they were directed to do their own. So they ensured that we had two studies that were complementary and not redundant. Alaca has also been working with the Monterey Bay Aquarium and Dr. Tim Tinker on the development of a California and Oregon sea otter recovery simulation model. And I can talk a little bit more about how that's going to be used in subsequent slides. And we've done some other Oregon-based studies. We've done a high-level economic impacts assessment that basically pointed out some areas that we need more information about. And then we looked at what the travel and tourism benefits might be to the South Coast from reintroduced population sea otters. And we provided some funding for doing a shark tagging study so we could better understand what the risks of shark mortality may be off the Oregon coast if sea otters were reintroduced here. There's also ongoing research. There's a lot of science that's been done around sea otters over the past 50 years since Jim Estes sort of did his groundbreaking study that identified sea otters and really coined the term keystone species with his work up in Alaska. But there's researchers that continue to look at the behavioral and genetic impacts that may impact recovery of sea otters, and also looking at how sea otters, the impact that they might have, their recovery on estuarine habitats, including things like how they might impact invasive green crabs. There's been one paper that just came out of California that looked at a significant decrease in green crabs in Elkhorn Slough, and also how they can increase the genetic diversity of eelgrass, also work that's been done at Elkhorn Slough down in California. So the findings of the feasibility study, the blue finding was from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service study that sea otter reintroduction in the region is feasible and it will result in significant conservation benefits to the species and to the nearshore marine ecosystem. Also, the Alaca's feasibility study reported that reintroductions are found that reintroductions are a successful conservation tool. Not just for sea otters, for other species. It's something that the field of conservation biology has matured a lot over the past 50 years. And so reintroductions are often used as an important tool for species recovery. Reintroduction of sea otters in Oregon is likely to succeed, but there are certain considerations that need to be accommodated as we think about the where and how and when. Estuaries may be an important reintroduction environment. I think a lot of times people assume that you need kelp in order for sea otters to have the habitat that they need. But estuaries also provide some very important areas for where prey is available, and there's sheltered areas that sea otters in particular can thrive in. The return of sea otters will have direct and indirect effects. And so this kind of feeds into the idea that there's trophic cascades that could happen that would impact both the habitat in which sea otters exist, but there's also impacts that could happen in the communities. We want to be aware of those. And that just feeds into the socioeconomic factors and regulatory issues that need to be considered. There's two subpopulations of sea otters, southern sea otters, which are listed as threatened, and northern sea otters, which are not. And so the regulatory issues that are associated with the reintroduction of either subspecies do differ slightly. And there's also protections under the Marine Mammal Protection Act that need to be considered. I mentioned the model that we're working on, the California-Oregon sea otter recovery simulation model. And Kyle Motley, who is our coastal coordinator located in Coos Bay and new member of OPAC, is currently working on using some of the outputs from that model to do engagement with fishing stakeholders at 5 ports on the Oregon coast, along with a let's see if I remember, science and fishermen exchange meeting hosted by Sea Grant next month. And so the maps are going to, they're hypothetical scenarios, but they will show both the temporal and spatial outcomes that could result from a reintroduction of sea otters in different areas along the Oregon coast. Like I said, these are hypothetical, no decisions have been made and no sites have been chosen, but it's an opportunity to engage with fishing stakeholders, to have a conversation about, okay, if we introduce X number of sea otters in this area of the coast, what might that look like in 5 years, 15 years, or 30 years? I think there's a lot of assumptions that are often made based on experiences in other places where sea otters have been translocated and had some level of recovery, and the Oregon coast is different than those areas. Research has shown that historically we had no more than probably 3,000 to 4,000 sea otters. And so sea otters also recover very slowly initially. And so a reintroduction would not mean that in 5 years we're going to have 3,000 sea otters. So it's just an opportunity to share information, facilitate a conversation, and receive some input about what people think about it. I mentioned that building public support is something that's really critical to our current work. We're not going to be able to bring back a species unless the public understands why it's important and they support it. And so we do a lot of outreach in a lot of different ways. So our website and social media is an increasingly important way of getting messages out, as I'm sure you're all aware. But we also do in-person events, and everything from meeting with classes and engaging with students to doing community events. You've probably seen us at some things like we've been at the State of the Coast before. We do things like Oktoberfish down in Charleston. So a lot of different types. I think we were at the Yachats Mushroom Festival a couple weeks ago. So any opportunity we have to interact with folks, particularly on the coast, is really important for us. And then we use traditional media also. And then I think one of the more important things that we're doing is doing that stakeholder engagement, really building the relationships and trying to meet with people one-on-one or wherever they're at. So we're not trying to basically change people's minds, but we are hoping that we can engage them in a conversation about what this means and what it means for them. Some of the lessons that we learned over the past 8 years, first of all, partnerships are essential. The Alaca Alliance has a staff of 4 people. And so we can't do all this ourselves. We don't have the expertise. We don't have the authority. So working with partners in Oregon and in the region has been critical to any type of progress we've been able to make. It's really important to engage with stakeholders early and often. This isn't a one-off meeting. It needs to be something that you show up again and again, and people know who you are, and you build trust with them. We found it was really important to have some staff, even though just a staff of 4, but to have some staff located on the coast. And so we're really excited that we've got Kyle based in Coos Bay working with us. And building and communicating more broadly with the public. It's not just about coastal communities, but this is something, the ocean belongs to everybody. And what happens on the ocean really is important to all Oregonians. So we engage more broadly also. Regular engagement with agencies, decision makers, tribal entities is super important. And also just the continued coordination with regional partners. While our drivers and goals may not be exactly the same as the Southern Sea Otter recovery in Northern California, it's how we do our work and the opportunities for working together can advance our efforts. So we're often asked these questions, so I wanted to put them on a slide, and this might be something that facilitates some of our conversation, but there's things that we still don't know. Things like, when will sea otters be reintroduced to Oregon? What's the timeline for a reintroduction or reintroductions? Where will it happen? Where will the animals come from? Are they going to be northern sea otters or southern sea otters or both? And I think the big one on many people's minds is, how much is this going to cost? And these are things that have been on our mind as we've thought, what is it going to take to get to yes for sea otter reintroduction in Oregon. And some of the things that we're working on are continued collaboration with Oregon and regional partners. We continue to focus outreach and community engagement and to broaden public support. We're continue to understand what the science gaps might be, and how they could be filled, or who's doing that work, and how do we use that information to inform reintroduction in Oregon. Ongoing stakeholder engagement and supporting our tribal partners is really quite critical. We have 3 tribal partners in Oregon that we work with and that are represented on our board: the Coquille, Situ-Clusie, and the Siletz. And they don't have a lot of capacity to focus on this, so we continue to look for opportunities so we can help build that capacity. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on my next slide. And then also, I think one thing that we have really focused on this year, and a lot of it is due to shift in federal administration and the priorities for that administration, and just the lack of ability for our federal agency partners to focus on species recovery in many cases, is how can we facilitate tribal and/or state leadership for sea otter reintroduction in Oregon. So because sea otters are managed under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, authority for their management is with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so reintroductions in the past have been led by the service. We are looking for pathways and opportunities where that might shift to an Oregon tribe or coalition or tribes and/or the state of Oregon. So we're having those conversations now. So some of the opportunities that we're looking at this year and beyond. First, I want to recognize that the Siletz tribe applied for and received what was known as America the Beautiful Challenge Grant. It's now been renamed America's Ecosystem Restoration Initiative. This is a $1.56 million grant for 3 years to increase tribal capacity and participation in sea otter reintroduction planning in the region. So this is all of Oregon and Northern California. The Siletz are the applicant, but there's 3 other tribal partners that would be the Situ-Clusie, the Yurok tribe, and the Tawa Dini tribe in Northern California. The Alaca Alliance is one of the nonprofit partners and will be project managing this grant for the Siletz, especially given some lack of staff capacity right now. And Defenders of Wildlife is the nonprofit partner covering some issues in Northern California. So this is an amazing opportunity to both elevate the role of tribes in this work, their priorities, and we're really excited to have the opportunity to be a partner with the Siletz on implementation of this grant. Oops, didn't want to do that either. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Another opportunity that just emerged a week or so ago is the governor's executive order to prioritize and increase the pace and scale and adoption of climate resilience strategies into existing state programs to deliver benefits for communities and ecosystems. The goals of this executive order are really closely aligned with the Alaca Alliance's mission, and we think that it will provide opportunities to protect and restore and build resilience in our ocean and nearshore environments, including kelp and estuarine habitats, which are really critical to addressing climate change. We also see this as an opportunity where we can be working with state agencies on actions that advance sea otter reintroduction. So we're pretty excited about that. Also, the statewide wildlife action plan that the ODF&W Commission approved this summer. The Alaca Alliance was very involved in a technical committee to help inform the revisions to that plan, and also in getting public to be aware of what it was and to have them reaching out to ODF&W in support of sea otters being listed as a species of greatest conservation need. So this is a real win for sea otter conservation in Oregon because past plans, conservation strategies have not spoken to sea otters. And also eelgrass and kelp were identified as key habitats in that plan. So we see this as really foundational to being able to bring sea otters back to Oregon, and the fact that they're listed in this plan, and hopefully there will be some funding for implementation of actions to support the conservation of the species in the swap. Which leads me to the 1% for wildlife. So this was a bill that came very close this past full session to passing that would provide dedicated source of funding for species conservation for the ODF&W, being non-fishing game species. And so this would be really, this funding is absolutely necessary for implementation of the statewide action plan and for doing work like reintroducing and managing sea otters to the Oregon coast. The Alaca Alliance recently joined this year the Oregon Ocean Alliance. I see this as a great opportunity to work with other coastal and ocean organizations focused on work in Oregon and collectively to basically look at funding needs and legislation needs. And so excited to work with the partners here as part of a collective effort. And finally, the Wildlife Conservation Network, which is a California-based nonprofit funding network, announced in spring with Dr. Jane Goodall that they were establishing a sea otter fund for species conservation and reintroduction in Northern California and Oregon. This is really exciting in the sense that it sets up a dedicated source of funding for grants. Their goal is $40 million over 12 years. And so they have not done any grant making yet, but they have raised over $1 million already to seed that fund. And so we're looking forward to working with WCN and hoping to get some grants here in Oregon for the work that we're doing. Finally, I can't talk about our work without acknowledging in this slide, I can't fit all the partners on this slide, but this is a lot of them. These are many of the collaborators and funders that we work with, and we're very, very grateful to have a range of agency conservation and nonprofit partners, in addition to generous foundation individual funders who make our work possible. So we are definitely an alliance, and it does take a group of the people like this, organizations like this, to make this work happen. Finally, I just want to open it up for questions. Happy to talk about anything I covered, or if you've got questions about things that we're missing, I'm happy to talk about that too. And I can stop sharing my screen. Well, actually, maybe I'll leave the slides up just in case folks want me to go back to anything.
Yeah, I like that picture, Jane. Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. I put some links to some of the items you had in the last slide, or the second to last slide, in the chat. So just in case anybody wanted more information.
Thanks.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions for Jane? Took me a minute to figure out that those were people and that was a sand.
I know.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what are those black lines down there? Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah. Hey, Joe. Go for
Yeah,
it.
thanks, Jane, so much for the presentation. It's great to hear what's going on with the Alaca Alliance. For the feasibility study, did the results include or did the assessment include, like, since otters are in Oregon, the change in the, particularly in the climate, and how that could impact reintroduction of otter, since, you know, when they were last year, 100 years ago, there's no real discussion about how our changing climate is affecting our ecosystems. So I'm curious if that was factored into the analysis for the feasibility study.
Yeah, that was not, it was referenced in the feasibility study. It's definitely something that needs more consideration. And because we don't have monitoring data from 1900 or earlier, it's a little hard to do the before CRs were gone from Oregon and the after. But there's definitely work that's being done in other areas where CRs exist about the risk of the impacts from climate change to the recovering populations. And that risk can be everything from, pathogens and stormwater runoff and increased disease risk to the fact that down in Northern California, some juvenile white sharks are actually coming closer to shore. And one of their behaviors as they kind of evolve into eating, their preferred prey as adult is taking exploratory bites, which includes sea otters, not necessarily the seals that they really want. And so there's a lot of different research looking at what those impacts might be, which is something that we need to certainly take a look at in Oregon. Also, the effects of ocean warming, things like if you've got ocean warming that's impacting shellfish resources, that would be prey for sea otters in certain areas. So we need to look at what the impact might be on prey and on habitat also.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Jane. Any other questions?
Yeah. Hi, Jane. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks.
I would love to see the map again where you talked about the ports, where the ongoing, I guess, stakeholder engagements activities are centered around. There you go.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about how estuaries are potentially a big part of this picture too, given that in California, it's been discovered that they have had an impact on seagrass populations. So just wondering like how you're thinking about the engagements and I guess the reception you're getting in ports in Oregon. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about that effort and the goals of kind of these early conversations.
Sure. I may ask Kyle to chime in because he's the one that's actually talking with these folks, but I can kind of give you a general overview. First of all, the map on this slide basically shows sections of the entire Oregon coast and how the model breaks the coast up into sections. And it shows a heat map for what model outputs might look like. So this is in no way specific to any of the model scenarios that Kyle's sharing with ports along the coast. The maps that we've had done include areas in the vicinity of Newport, Coos Bay, Port Orford, Gold Beach, and Brookings, and then 2 estuaries, the Coos Estuary and Yaquina Bay. So there'd be 7 maps in total. And so what they show is what a reintroduction of 125 otters would look like in 5 years, in 15 years, and in 30 years. And so they definitely look different than this, but the heat map though is to show the density of otters per square kilometer in those timeframes. And it also sort of shows the geographic extent of otters in those timelines also. So, and there's more, this model it's very robust. It can do very complicated scenarios. The ones that we're sharing are not very complex because they're just meant to be for a conversation and for engagement. But the model actually has the ability to look at, if you reintroduce at 2 sites at the same time, or if you started with an initial reintroduction of 75 animals and added, 10 animals per year for 10 more years. So there's some very complex scenarios that can be done. The goal is hopefully to narrow down some of the best sites for potential reintroduction. And I'm going to let Kyle speak a little bit more because he has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Shane. I just wanted to point out that the map you're seeing here is from an older model called the Orso model, so not nearly as robust or doesn't have all of the relevant and up-to-date data that the new model has. And this heat map here is just carrying capacity along the coast, so it is not any actual reintroduction simulation. We use this map as just a kind of like placeholder to show like what some of the outreach we're trying to do, but what you're seeing here is very different than what we are currently working on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it.
I see Justin has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Jane, and just wanted to say thank you to you and Bob for, engaging with us in multiple times, for the swap revision and testimony to our commission, and also to Kyle for working with members of the fishing industry along the coast. And when we were looking at this slide as you were going through it, I think I made note that you said that populations would recover slowly of sea otters after reintroduction, but from what I understand in Southeast Alaska, over the last 50 years, populations grew dramatically, and now of course have impacts to fisheries. So maybe just reconcile the statement that populations would recover slowly, but where in Alaska they've just been more dramatic.
Yeah, that's a great point, Justin. Thank you for bringing that up. And that comment is really based more on translocations down in California and Washington. So in those areas where translocations have happened, let's just use like a hypothetical number of 100 otters. Over the first 10 to 15 years, generally that population declines dramatically. And so you might end up with less than 50% of the initial translocated animals in 10 years. And then over the next 10 to 15 years, it gradually recovers to perhaps the original 100 animals that were reintroduced. And because these animals only reproduce, have one puppy a year, it can take a long time to build up a population. And I think California and Washington are good examples where, over the past 50 plus years, they started with maybe in Washington, 57 animals in the late 60s, and there's now almost 3,000. So it does take a while. Southeast Alaska is different. I'm not going to say unique, different than Oregon and Washington in the sense that there is a lot of coastline. It's very shallow habitat. In many of those areas, there's a lot of islands and other sheltered areas. And so it's sort of sea otter nirvana regarding just the habitat available. And so they have naturally repopulated well beyond the sites where they were originally reintroduced. And the populations up there are doing incredibly well. And so that is, and more than 50% of the sea otters found in the world are found in Southeast and Central Alaska. So that is the majority of the population right now. So yeah, Kyle, did you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of pair it what Jane said, it is just like the amount of habitat and quality of habitat in a place like Southeast Alaska with the fjords, the islands, the inlets, the extended continental shelf compared to Oregon, which is a much more linear coastline. And the thing I have to add is that like in the new model that's being built, what is very cool is that Tim is able to hindcast population growth. So he basically redid the translocation to Southeast Alaska, and his results over the 50 or 60 years since they've been reintroduced match the observed data in Southeast Alaska. He also does that with Washington and California, and it's the same results. The hindcasting matches the observed populations. When he does it for Oregon, it shows growth lower than both California and Washington, which though all three are dramatically lower than Southeast Alaska.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle and Jane. Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Unless, Andy, am I missing somebody?
I see Bob is raising his hand.
Oh, there's Bob. Raising his physical hand. Bob, how are you
I
doing?
don't know how to do it on the screen, so I just wave my arms.
That's all good.
I would just suggest for anybody that wants to dive into this stuff that you either go to our website and download one or more of the chapters of the feasibility study. And there is a chapter on prior reintroductions that will give you more than you ever thought you wanted to know about prior reintroductions in Alaska, Washington, Russia, California, etc. So as well as a ton of other information. And we did our best with working with an editor to make it visually accessible to you if you want to read it. The other thing is that, and Jane had a brief mention of this on one of her slides, there is a new volume published by Elsevier or Elsevier, or however you pronounce it. Jane is holding it up, called Sea Otter Conservation Volume 2. This book just came out about 2 months ago and summarizes what we know about a so-called, what's being characterized as a grand experiment, a huge experiment in ecosystem restoration that was sparked by the sea otter fur trade 150 years ago that eliminated otters from most of their range. And now as they come back, it's given the science community an opportunity to really understand how ecosystems work, the role of sea otters, and even in areas where they're very populous, that they can reach a point where there's really too many sea otters. So what happens when that happens? And so there's a chapter in that new book on prior reintroductions written by Jim Bodkin, who knows more about that stuff than anybody on the planet. And lots there. If you want a copy of it, a hard copy, you can order it online. If you want an electronic copy, I'd be happy to provide you one. But there's a ton of information out there, and we try to make it available. If you want the short and sweet version, go to our YouTube channel, and you can watch the presentations from this past Monday, where many of the authors of the Sea Otter Conservation book were available to present their chapters or chapters of their colleagues. And you don't even have to read it. You just sit there and watch it. So there's a lot of opportunity to learn about this stuff through the ALACA website and our YouTube channel.
Thank you, Bob.
And by the way, that's a great photo, Jane.
Oh, I know. It's quick point in case folks are wondering.
Yeah. Speaking of Rocky Shore
Mhm.
habitat.
Just want to inspire everybody as I
Thank you.
Thank you. So
Thanks everyone for having us on.
Thank you.
Feel free to reach out if you have questions.
thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Kyle.
Yep.
Oops, let me just.
Okay. Andy, what do we have before? What else do we have before lunch? I think that was it, right?
Yes, we can now take a slightly longer lunch break than originally planned. Reconvene at 1 p.m. for public comment.
Okay, and again, just want to make sure that anybody who wants to provide public comment, please let us know in the chat. I know Charlie wanted to make public comment, so at least we have at least one person. I don't know if there's been anybody else. I need to go back and look. So.
Yep, please let us know in the chat if you'd like to make a comment.
Yep.
Thank you, Mandy.
Glad you remembered that.
All right.
Okay, so what do we have now? We have public comment. We had Charlie Plyben for public comment. Anybody else, if you're interested, please put your name in the chat and we'll call on you. So far, I think Andy's the only one. Or Charlie's the only one. Sorry.
Yep. So please let us know if you'd like to get in the queue.
Yep. So Charlie, are you online?
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you, Charlie. Go for it.
All right. Thanks so much. For the record, my name is Charlie Plyman. I'm the Oregon Policy Manager for Surfrider Foundation. I guess I'd like to just start off with a congratulation and thanks on the Rocky Habitat work. I'm really proud of this work. I couldn't have imagined that the management plan process would play out this well. There was, I think a 5-year process, designation process that I was participated in and got to chair at OPAC. And my biggest fear, and I think that of many involved in hesitant in creating and designating some of these areas, is that we were standing up somewhat of a house of cards that we wouldn't be able to support with the real community capacity and the agency capacity to really follow through. And EVA, DLCD, and especially those engaged at the community level on management plans and implementation have really quelled that insecurity I had and really demonstrated once again the power of ground level organizing around ocean resources. So I commend everybody and congratulate everybody involved. I think that's constant work that will take continued capacity and heart and engagement. There's a lot of it there now, but I just I say it could be a treadmill for some of our state agencies, and so I hope and I encourage us to continue supporting the capacity within our agencies to do that type of work. I also wanted to lift up Fran's comments on sandy habitats. And sandy habitats, they're a critical part of our coastal economy, from Dungeness crab to recreation on our beaches. It's also a key part of our resiliency strategy to sea level rise, erosion, other coastal hazards. So for Surfrider Foundation, this is likely the most important habitat associated with recreation on Oregon's coast. So much so that we have like an entire campaign and initiative, Oregon Beaches Forever, dedicated to that. So I recognize the difficulty and limited agency capacity, but I hope in further processes that we can further appreciate and value and learn more about the worth of our sandy beaches, because I think that and habitats as they relate to Oregonians. And then last, I kind of wanted to lift up some concern around the 5-year drilling plan. As you might have heard from recent reporting, the federal administration is actively advancing or looking to advance a plan to open up offshore drilling on the West Coast, Gulf of Arctic, sort of reversing longstanding protections and putting many of us at risk. After some swift congressional pushback over the last few days, we're seeing some of the administration walk back the East Coast areas. And so I'd really like to request that OPAC provide some sort of statement and request to the governor's office to sign on to a West Coast opposition letter. I think Governor Ferguson will be leading the letter out of Washington, and I would be really encouraged to see a sign on to that opposition, particular off of the West Coast and Arctic, which directly impact Oregonians. We have a really long history of protecting our coast and ocean from the dangers of offshore oil and gas. That culminated in 2019 with a legislative moratorium. This was work I was really involved with deeply. And it followed multiple actions and recommendations from OPAC. So I think revisiting some of that language and lifting that up, that long-standing interest to really protect our coast from this sort of mineral extraction would be meaningful right now. And I'd also ask that OPAC, as you revisit enforceable policies of the Territorial Sea Plan for offshore wind, to take some review of that 2019 legislative moratorium on offshore oil and gas, and maybe look at our enforceable policies and think about our enforceable policies as they may relate to other forms of energy development. And I think that's an important aspect of that. I think I've probably well gone over my time now, so I'll stop there. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you, Charlie. And just thanks again for all the leadership you did on Rocky Habitat. I don't think we would have gotten to where we are today without your past work. So very well done. So this is part of your legacy, I think. So thank you for that. Appreciate the notice about the drilling plan. I know we've heard a lot. I've heard a lot of rumors about it, and we've been, in other circles, we've been talking about that too. So I don't know that it's, I don't know, I'll defer to Andy, but I don't know what action we can take today, but it will probably, if something comes out, it would probably be before our next OPAC meeting. So that might be something that the executive committee would have to deal with. I'm not exactly sure. So, but we can talk about that too. So Thank you, Charlie. That was very good. Appreciate all your heads up and thoughtful comments about what's ahead. Anybody else? I don't see anybody else in the chat. I'm losing my voice today. Andy, is now a good time to consider the question that Kyle put in the chat? Since I think we have the time to do so.
Yes, Susan, thank you. Do you want the council to, I guess one question I have for you before we get to Kyle's is any response from Charlie's comment. In the past, OPAC has acted to support any governor's office kind of stance against offshore oil and gas drilling off of our coast. I heard a very specific request for participation in that at a regional level. If there is support by the council for that, I think the way to move forward efficiently on that, because if a draft program comes out in the near future, it's likely OPAC will not have a meeting in close proximity to take any action towards that. So if the council wanted to have a motion and say that they would support that kind of a regional comment, I think there's value in that.
Okay.
So that would be question one to the group, and then I would be happy to then dive into the question that Kyle put into the chat, which I'd like to hear a little bit more from him about to understand the nuances.
Right. Okay. So yeah, along with regarding Charlie's comment about oil and gas drilling and potential forthcoming action on that, I'm already seeing Margaret and Joe supporting that action. Amelia, you have your hand up. Go for it.
Sorry, I'm getting used to Zoom again. It's been a little
Yep.
while.
All good.
Thank you so much, Charlie, for your comments. I completely support moving forward with the board making a comment on that and in whatever form you all see most useful. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Amelia. Anybody else? Fran, Kyle, you all support? Okay. Any other comments from any other OPAC members?
Well, as staff for the council, I have a long history of helping to write not only agency letters that oppose any offshore oil and gas off of our coast, but I am familiar with two other instances in which the governor of Oregon co-signed a letter with the governors of Washington and California. That occurred in 2006 with governors at that time and in 2017. So there is precedent for our governor to speak with a regional perspective. And as agency staff who have been responsible for coordinating some of the agency response to any draft programmatic action by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management related to offshore oil and gas leasing, that is also consistent with the state's position historically and currently. So I would say that my agency would also support that.
Perfect. Okay. So do we need a motion or do we need to just, can we do it by consensus? Do we need a motion and then consensus? Or what would be the best way to make sure that we can do this the right way?
Do you want to communicate this via letter, or would you like to communicate this in some other way? Because from my perspective, I think an executive committee taking the lead on a letter to the governor's office, you know, saying that there would be support would be, I think, the most valuable approach.
That's
So,
what I was thinking. Seeing as how OPAC will probably not have a chance to meet close to when the announcement is made. So Margaret, to your question, is the executive committee taking the lead on the letter? I would think so, yes.
Do we
Unless
need
you have a
to
concern about that.
specify what we're asking? Is it just to sign on or is it to lead? It sounds like from Charlie that there is already action in Washington State. So is it, we're asking for a sign on? Or are we asking them to send a separate letter? Or both?
I'm thinking our letter would be to our governor, right, saying, you know, we support you signing on to the regional letter. Unless I'm missing something.
that's my understanding of the pathway that's in front of us.
Right.
If I may suggest you authorize that in the event there isn't a regional letter, that you would encourage the governor to send one of their own.
Very good point.
And citing to some of the things Charlie said about the direction in 1990 or whatever it was regarding offshore oil and gas in our territorial sea.
Okay. So can somebody make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, let's put that in a motion if you would, please.
If somebody wants to write up that motion, put it in the chat, then we can read it and discuss it and then get consensus on it.
I'm sorry, another comment. I'm not going to write up the motion probably, but it's really important. I think we hark back to the consistency, federal consistency with state policies.
Yeah, Joe?
I could start a draft motion and share it in the chat in a few minutes. I'll just start that in a Google Doc. I'm going to be missing things, so you guys are going to have to edit.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I think what I heard the group say is that there is support from the council for the governor to write a letter, either independently or jointly with other West Coast governors opposing any offshore oil and gas leasing off the West Coast. And in particular off of Oregon. And with Fran's recognition that that type of activity is inconsistent with the state of Oregon ocean resource management policies.
Okay, I'll pull that together and share it in a chat in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Joe.
In the meantime, let's go to a question from Kyle. Kyle, I'd love to hear you voice your question a little bit more so I can understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here representing my work or the Alaka Alliance or like the work they do or like any conservation association. I'm like public at large. And so I guess I'm just asking if it is like what the protocol is or if it is okay for me to engage on like issues around the Alaka Alliance and their work while not actually representing them, if that makes sense.
Steve, I will look to you to help me out here, but I think what would raise concerns is if there was any conflict of interest that you might have with an action you would take at OPAC that could benefit you personally or your organization in a way. Steve, help me out there.
Yep. Kyle, the best way to handle it is if you have a concern, get in touch with me leading up to the meeting and we can talk it through. And but if you're asking whether, when you're out doing your Alaka Alliance work and people also know you're a member of OPAC, if that's a problem, it's only a problem if you present it, as Andy was showing earlier this morning, if you present some position as though you're speaking on behalf of OPAC.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but any concerns, we can just get in touch with me directly too. We can work through them.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, it is a great question with our new members, trying to understand that balance and how you can represent the interests you are sitting on the council to represent, and any personal interest that you may have. So thank you for asking the question.
Yep. Very good. Thank you, Steve, for your input on that. Appreciate you being a resource for any of us who have questions of that kind and helping us work through that. Andy, should we take like a 5-minute break? Let Joe have some quiet time to write that up and then come back, or?
I'm almost there. Don't worry. Keep going.
Okay.
Well, I do think we would naturally move into the next set of agenda items if we are going to do that. I guess one question for OPAC members after hearing the new member orientation and forecasting some of what's going to come this afternoon is we're going to be putting in front of the council a number of potential work tasks and requests for rulemaking. And we have traditionally only met twice a year. And that is somewhat of an artifact from the fact that when we would meet in person, financially supporting 2 meetings a year was all the agency could handle from a capacity perspective. But since we have been meeting virtually the last couple of years and being effective with our policy development and our work, I think the question is going to be put to the group of whether or not that model still exists, and that we should follow it. I think there may be circumstances or situations where we might want to have shorter meetings and on a more frequent basis to be able to respond. The executive order and direction from the interagency team might be one of those circumstances where we would want to have a single topic focused meeting, and it could be a shorter period of time. So I just want the group to think about that. We are going to have a lot to do in the next 5 years with potential rulemaking requests and activities. So that's something to think about. And I see that I stalled long enough for Joe to put his draft motion in the chat. Let me open that up and share that via my screen so that we can all look at the same thing here.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay. Are you seeing the Google Doc?
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Do we need to read it out loud for the record or anything?
Nope, I think having it here is good.
Okay.
I will, if this passes, I will take this and put it directly into our draft meeting summary.
Perfect. Okay.
So I think
Um,
we are looking for comments. Fran Recht in the chat says request the governor to submit a letter or sign on to a letter. I think if it's a regional effort, it's signing on and submitting, I guess. Ryan.
Yeah, I would just suggest adding in the first sentence after offshore oil and gas to either state extraction or development or some additional word there. Probably extraction.
Good point.
Yeah, I think it's technically the inclusion of lease areas off of the Outer Continental Shelf. Right, because the public process we would be responding to is the issuance of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's draft programmatic program. And that has been the official comment kind of opportunity.
So change that to lease areas.
Yeah. Extraction lease areas. Or opposing any lease areas for offshore oil and gas extraction might be a better way of getting that in there. Yeah.
And regarding Fran's comment, do we keep it sign on to a letter at the start, but if it's an independent letter, say submit a letter independently opposing?
I'm good either way, write or submit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think either is understandable what our intent is.
Yep. Okay. Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Thanks, Nick.
Hey, one thing, about request, right? Would be to ask, not to request, but to ask the governor. Different verbiage.
Nick, would you think of the term advise the governor to do this would be more forceful?
Or respectively, request, but respectively, yes.
We are an advisory body.
Yeah, I like
to
advisory.
the governor.
I understand that.
Oh, I know you do. You're trying to make it polite, but
Yes.
we are formed to provide advice.
Yeah, our statutory authority is to advise the governor. So that's why I was going with that word.
So are we saying respectively ask?
Respectively ask.
I think you mean respectfully, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not, yeah, I'll get in there.
I'm sorry. I think we're going out of our way to say things. I would just prefer ask the governor to sign on to a letter to uphold the state's Oregon resource management policies, something to that effect.
And this is Margaret. I agree with Fran. Like, this is the motion, like there is a letter, and potentially that is the place to kind of include some more polite language so that the governor can hear what we're saying. And there probably will be more to the letter than just what is in the motion. And I am okay and in favor of the EC drafting that letter, whatever, including other details that might be relevant. So I don't want to get overly detailed in the motion, as long as it's clear what we all want, which is the letter to go to the governor's office.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. I think that's a good clarification here. But I think that the group has done a nice job of clarifying the intent and the goal of such a motion.
Yes.
Did we reference Nadia's Oregon statute, or is that, again, should we wait for the letter on that? We don't need to get too detailed here.
Yeah, I think from the perspective of a letter, I don't think we need to go to that level of detail. But certainly that is information we could include if the executive committee wanted.
Yep. So, Andy, in the past, when we have made motions, we've just, not to belabor the point, but we've asked or requested, and I don't think there's been any consternation from the governor's office about our wording of that. Has there been?
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware.
So I think we're good either way.
Yep.
I don't think, yeah. Do we need to say anything in here about the executive committee writing the letter?
I think so. I think that is important, that because that's what we're kind of doing, is the motion is to approve the executive committee to write this letter that includes these elements of requests.
I agree, Margaret. I think having that at the beginning to make it clear that that's the action that is expected.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Have we wordsmithed it to the point where we're all good with it? Or do we want to have more discussion? Anybody?
So just to clarify, the executive committee is not writing a draft letter for the governor to then tweak and sign on to. We're just sending an email or a letter to the governor with this ask.
With the support, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Just want to clarify that.
Right. We want to advise the governor that we think that is appropriate.
Right.
Joe, are you saying that it should read the Ocean Policy Advisory Council tasks the executive committee with writing a letter to respectfully ask? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, yeah, I guess that my question was,
yep.
It's fine the way it is. If we were going to actually write a draft letter and then give it to the governor to have her tweak and then send, then that would require some different language. But I think it's fine the way it is, since we're not going to be providing a draft letter at all. We're just asking her to write her own letter or sign on to the larger regional letter.
I think the video record gives us enough, to support that.
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before we approved by consensus or not?
I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing so I can see faces and Hollywood squares.
Okay.
For the consensus.
Okay, so consensus, thumbs up, either on screen or as a reaction. Joe. There we go. Margaret, Nick, me. Okay.
I see Kyle and Fran.
Thank you all.
Okay.
All right. And with that, Susan, I believe we move into our offshore wind agenda items for the afternoon.
Yes. Thank you to Charlie for your public comment. Thank you to Joe for writing that up quickly and the good discussion around that. I appreciate it. Well done.
Jeff, you want to share your screen with the presentation?
Sure, Andy. Let me make sure I have permissions. I do. Wonderful. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Burright. I work with Andy at DLCD. I'm in the coastal program, and I am the Oregon Offshore Wind Energy Roadmap Coordinator. I'm here to provide an update on where we are in the development of the roadmap, and that's going to lead into a discussion by Joe and Cynthia from our team as well about some of the early rising recommendations that we see coming out of this roadmap that could affect the work of OPAC in the coming years regarding policies in the Territorial Sea Plan that we see could be updated to be better, rising to the challenge of managing offshore wind. But first, just in case any of you are not living and breathing this stuff like I am, and I hope you aren't, I do want to bring us up to today and give you just kind of an overview of how we got to where we are. Last year, after about a 4 or 5 year process led by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM proposed to allow leasing in areas of the Outer Continental Shelf in 2 identified wind energy areas off the coast of Coos Bay Reedsport area and off the coast of Brookings. That led to a state federal consistency review decision that we completed in the middle of last year, where we came out with a conditional concurrence that the leasing itself could be consistent with Oregon's policies, provided that BOEM agreed to, I believe it was 19 different conditions that related to protecting the ocean environment during any survey characterization activities, as well as some expectations regarding involvement of the state early in the process, data sharing expectations, involvement of tribes and fishing groups and others in early conversations. So the expectation of the state was that the leasing was going to move forward, and then it didn't. We had 4 of the 5 eligible bidders withdraw from the leasing before an auction could occur. And also there was a legal challenge from one of the Oregon tribes against BOEM on NEPA grounds. There was some vocal opposition from different user groups. And at the same time as well, in the legislature last year, middle of the year as well, with this thinking that offshore wind leasing was likely to be coming, the legislature passed House Bill 4080. And House Bill 4080 required DLCD to lead a planning effort to develop this offshore wind roadmap that would define standards to be considered in future offshore wind decision-making. It also required DLCD to lead an enforceable policy assessment. And, hearing Fran talk about enforceable policies here just a little while ago, those are the field on which the game is played when the state conducts its federal consistency review of federal activities in the ocean or coastal zone that can affect the state. And because the state of Oregon has what's known as a GLD, geographic location description, we do have the authority to review energy projects in the ocean out to a depth of 500 fathoms right now. So it's important that the state be looking at those policies and their applicability to offshore wind in light of those standards that we develop as part of this roadmap process. So you put all of that together, and the governor sent a letter to the Secretary of the Interior requesting that leasing be paused to allow this roadmap to proceed. And that request was honored. And then we had a changing of federal administrations where there was a day one executive memo that withdrew the Outer Continental Shelf from leasing as a temporary action with an indefinite end. So leasing was not likely to occur. There were some other actions at the federal level, but most notably, at the end of July of this year, those 2 wind energy areas that were off the Oregon coast were rescinded. So from a process standpoint, functionally, we went back a step. There have also been changes to federal agencies being involved in offshore wind. What I'm hearing and seeing is that they really aren't involved. And there have been some funding withdrawals from port development projects on the East Coast, and then recently also down in Humboldt, California, related to a heavy lift terminal that they were planning to build in part to support offshore wind. However, there are 5 leases in California that were issued in 2022, I believe, that are still active, and the state of California is still moving forward toward development and preparing to review those projects. But here we are in Oregon. We have a legislative mandate that the state develop this offshore wind roadmap, and we also are in a spot where what it looks like is that offshore wind leasing and development is likely not coming to Oregon anytime in the near future. So with all of that in mind, there's been a shifting purpose to this roadmap as it's been developing to really focus on how do we make the best use of the time in front of us now for the next 4 or 5 years. And how can the state be best prepared for offshore wind? So with all of that as the backdrop, I want to give you the update on the roadmap itself and the process that we've been undertaking to develop it since November of last year. I believe in a past OPAC meeting, I've shown a cartoon similar to this, but what it depicts is our overall process design for how we've gone about developing this roadmap. As I mentioned, we started in November of last year with an original deadline by the legislature of September of this year, that just passed. However, recognizing that this process takes time to do right, and there were some parallel efforts ongoing, such as the Oregon Energy Strategy and the need for good tribal consultation, engagement with fishing communities and local communities and others. There was another bill in this most recent legislative session that extended our deadline until the end of 2026. So that's our big picture timeline. So we began in November, beginning with some tribal engagement. We reached out to the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon to let them know about this process that was coming and ask them how they wanted to be best involved. We then recruited a offshore wind roadmap roundtable. We have about 50 members representing a pretty wide range of interests to be an advisory group to our roadmap. And that group has met roughly monthly since November, taking the summer off so that I could take a lot of that feedback and try to generate a first draft of a document that then we could work on together. We also had a few working groups that splintered off from the roundtable, and they were focused on the development of a research agenda and the question of how we would coordinate research within the state and regionally. We had a working group focused on community benefit agreements and other enforceable community agreements, and how, like, what role they should play in the state and some tenets of design. And we also had a working group focused on a question surrounding marine spatial planning or inventories. And the twist on this was the idea of, should the state conduct some sea space suitability planning out in federal waters to identify those areas ahead of time where the state thinks the offshore wind would be most or least suitable based on the policies that we know we would be applying to a project sometime in the future. Other states have conducted similar processes, and the idea here would be that we could, take our own run at the work that BOEM had done leading up to the identification of the wind energy areas. We've also had some separate community engagement with the idea that we wanted to try to reach other communities and groups that either didn't have the capacity or were not interested in participating in our roundtable. And we've conducted some focus groups with community-based organizations. We had a tourism focus group, a supply chain focus group, one where we brought in members of local energy utilities, and we have a youth-focused focus group that we're planning for next month, I believe, and some other fisheries engagement work that I've been doing independently there. We also had 3 in-person public meetings on the coast in the spring as an opportunity to just let people know that this process was ongoing, that they had the ability to participate and make their mark on this process before it was all done. And we had a survey as well to solicit people's feedback on what they would like to see in the roadmap. So then, as I said, took the summer on a hiatus so that I could do some writing, and we reconvened the group in September, just this last month, with a first draft of a roadmap. And it really is just a first draft. Our intent is to have 3 touch points for this document and to invite feedback on the document at every step. So first draft in September, I have many comments from our roundtable that I'm right now trying to incorporate into a second draft that I plan to release to our roundtable probably like November 10th, ahead of a November 18th roundtable meeting. And then we will grab feedback on that second draft, produce a third draft in the January-February timeframe that would go out for full public comment. And then based on the public feedback that we receive, we would generate a final version of the roadmap that we would like to submit to the legislature in the summer of 2026, so that it's in their hands as they're starting to develop legislative concepts for the next long session. Alongside that, when we put it out for public review, we are intending to do some public meetings at that time as well to let people know that it's available for comment, and we're still designing how we're going to go about that at this point. So this is a slide that I showed to our roundtable just to show some of the work that went on during the summer. Maybe it's less pertinent to this group, so I won't dwell on it. But as part of this roadmap, I do want to highlight that we are including that enforceable policy assessment that I mentioned earlier, where we're looking at the adequacy of the policies we already have on the books and trying to identify where there might be some gaps relative to potential effects from offshore wind that people are concerned about. We also are including an agency capacity assessment, which was another part of House Bill 4080, that is asking our state agency partners, our local coastal governments, and we've also asked our federally recognized tribes to identify what staffing and other capacity needs they would have in order to be able to participate fully in offshore wind processes. And then you can see here, I believe Karina is going to be talking soon about the work that the stack has been doing on a research agenda, which we also plan to incorporate into the roadmap as a starting point for how we can, pursue that over the next several years. And I will mention as well that we have recently begun formal tribal consultation. We sent requests out to the 9 tribes, offering ourselves up and seeking that consultation on the roadmap at this point. So there's ample opportunity to have those conversations. As I mentioned, this review draft number 1 that is on our website right now, we have an Offshore Wind Roadmap website. If you look at the September meeting materials, you will see that draft number 1 there. But I would suggest that at this point, probably wait for draft number 2 in a couple of weeks if you're interested in digging in and providing your own comments. But that draft number 1 was really just to, throw something at the wall and see what sticks and to see where people's interests really lie. Look for those areas where, there may not be agreement or where there may be some implementability concerns. In our roadmap, we have Section 1 that describes the purpose of the roadmap, which I want to emphasize. The purpose of the roadmap is not to be a decision-making document. It is really a recommendation for decision makers at multiple levels. And it's not the vehicle to decide whether we should or should not do offshore wind. It is really a place where we can talk about, if offshore wind were to happen in Oregon, how do we do that correctly? How do we do that in line with Oregon's policy values? And so we would strive to identify the path, and then it would be up to others to walk it later. We also include in the roadmap alternative futures. So for instance, we included scenarios where we do have different scales of offshore wind development off of the coast in the future. We have one that is a supply chain only alternative where I can just go ahead and move on. We have a supply chain only alternative where maybe we lean into the manufacturing and those kinds of opportunities, operations and maintenance to support projects other places, but that we ourselves would not host turbines, trying to understand what the differences would be and what that path looks like. We've also included the concept of a pilot project, and there are considerations, pros and cons either way on that one. And we do also include the no array future and trying to understand what the benefits and then the trade-offs would be of those different futures. Section 3 is that enforceable policy assessment that I referenced, and we'll have a fleshed out version as an appendix. Cynthia is here today to talk about some of our early findings out of that assessment. And many of them have to do with Territorial Sea Plan parts 2, 4, and 5, which is one of the big reasons why we're here to talk to you today. Section 4 was our attempt to take the results of the conversation where people were trying to identify what should this path look like at the different phases of an offshore wind development, from the siting phase at the top through leasing, the permitting phase, and then after permitting, you have construction and operations, and then up to 30 years of operation before you're at a decision point, whether to renew the lease and keep going or whether to decommission the project. And so we went phase by phase and tried to identify, based on the objectives of our policies and of House Bill 4080, what are those steps that you have to take? What are those things that you need to have in your pocket before you walk through the gate to the next phase? And then finally, Section 5 of the roadmap includes specific actions. These actions are organized by these ongoing streams, as we call them, from our pathway diagrams, about having ongoing engagement, good information at every phase, and regional coordination, those things that are necessary along the whole path. And then those 6 objectives that we include in our roadmap, which include things like protecting the environment, supporting local and regional communities and economies, building a workforce, tribal engagement, meeting the state's energy and climate objectives. And so we went, objective by objective and tried as best as we could to flesh out what those actions ought to be at every step of the way. Looking forward now, this chart shows our big picture process plan from now until the end. The summer 2025 column there on the left are things that have already occurred, just to show the work that we've been doing most recently. We're now in that October to January phase where we have 2 roundtable meetings. One we already had in September. And again, this other one coming up is October 18th in North Bend at the Coquel Casino. We're soliciting comments on both of these drafts and changing the document as we go based on that. We're bringing in some subject matter experts for lunch and learns that are hosted by Sea Grant, and there are videos online for anybody who wants to learn what's going on in California, for instance, or what are the results of the Pacific Northwest National Lab transmission study of the whole West Coast that looked at the potential for offshore wind. We had the opportunity for some of those additional conversations. We have some additional community focus groups, as I mentioned, the youth focus group and some community-based organization focus groups that are still ongoing. I am still working, trying to do additional fisheries engagement. I've met with one of the commodity commissions back in May. I've reached out to others hoping to get on their agendas. I made a comment at the Pacific Fisheries Management Council back in June to invite anyone listening to a pair of virtual public meetings that we held in July that were focused on fishing communities and trying to solicit from them what the key interests are and any ideas or actions that they would like to see in the roadmap. And there's a survey that went out with that as well. And then, as I mentioned, beginning formal consultations with tribes. In the January to March timeframe, that's when we will release a public comment or a public comment draft of the roadmap and have those public meetings. And then in the April to June timeframe is when we'll be working through the feedback that we receive and finalizing that document. And with that, I can turn it over to the next in line. But Andy, I don't know if we want to pause if there are any questions on my piece.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pause to see if there are any questions on the roadmap roundtable update. Yeah, Fran.
Thanks, Jeff. That was a really good summary in real quick time. Thank you. I am really curious about you mentioned the transmission study. I mean, we're hearing over and over, it's not only for offshore, but onshore wind and solar. Not keeping up, and I just don't know where things are at, and I don't know if, other than going to your lunch and learn, what information, just like a high-level overview, is there funding for increasing our transmission network, no matter if it's offshore or onshore?
I can give a layman's summary, so please don't take this to the bank. I think there is still the question as to who is the applicant and who is the funder for significant transmission upgrades. We have Bonneville Power Administration that owns much of the major transmission here in the state. And we also have Pacific Power that owns some lines down on the South Coast area. But there are a few different pieces to the system that I'm hearing some people identify as necessary if we want to build a resilient regional grid that can incorporate a lot of renewable energy. One of those relates to a regional energy market. I think right now I believe that we have 38 different balancing authorities in the region that each operate independently, and that can make energy trading between regions kind of difficult. And I'll say that when I spoke to one of the offshore wind developers after 4 of the 5 bidders withdrew, they made the comment that there's a real difficulty in, if you are a new large generator of power on the coast, actually finding a buyer is akin to running a paper route because you have many different potential buyers in many different places that have different needs. And then there's also, by having a regional market with trade, you can have a larger customer base, especially if offshore wind is relatively more expensive. And so there might be buyers in California who could afford the power and have it be located in Oregon, route through Oregon's grid, but show up on California bills, essentially. And so there could be this regional, but that also requires the transmission itself, as you mentioned, which takes not only funding, but also planning and land use considerations. And if you look at the draft of the Oregon Energy Strategy, that I believe is going to be final maybe the end of this week or early next week through the Oregon Department of Energy, they also address this need for increased transmission to meet Oregon's energy goals. And they have some recommendations in there around greater regional transmission planning and then state leadership on trying to clear the path to make transmission development easier. Again, really high level summary there. But from this PNNL talk at the Lunch and Learn that we had, I asked him, you did your study before everything changed at the federal level. Are there any, given where we are today, do you have any just no-brainer observations that connect your research to today? And what I recall him saying was that, the real no-brainer right now is to find some way to connect Brookings and Crescent City. That if you can increase your regional grid there, you increase the resiliency of that southern coast grid that is described as being at the end of a very long extension cord. And then he told me that Crescent City was running on diesel generators a large part of this summer, which, hearsay, but I believe him. And that if you increase the regional connectivity, their study found that the money you would spend, the billions of dollars you would spend building out that grid would be more than offset by the energy savings you would have from people in more expensive places being able to buy cheaper power that was generated either offshore or onshore in the Northwest. Long-winded answer, sorry. I do that.
Oh, that was great. Thank you.
If I may, Nick, I see your hand as well.
Oh, I just wanted to be short and sweet and just wanted to say, Jeff, you're doing a phenomenal job building the Oregon roadmap. And there was ever a degree to get for herding cats, you definitely are overqualified. Yeah, there's so many broad, diverse backgrounds in this, and we're very lucky to have you.
Hear, hear. I
Right.
totally appreciate that.
Totally
Me to
agree.
turn it over unless anyone else has questions.
Well, Susan, we're gonna actually have Joe kick this one off. Then I'm gonna talk for a little bit, and then Cynthia Smith, who's another DLCD staff person working on the roadmap, will provide some comments and a few overview points on the slides, and then I will close it back around with a big timeline and task slide for us to all think about. So that's the kind of order of operations on this next agenda item. So go ahead, Joe.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks, Andy. And you can go ahead to the next slide. So yeah, I'm just going to give you all a pretty quick overview of the Oregon Offshore Wind Work Group for OPAC. We've been, I think, established about early 2025, so less than a year. And the real impetus for, if you recall, for having this work group is to make sure all the great work that Jeff is doing with the roundtable and roadmap is communicated clearly and timely with the OPAC, and to inform how OPAC is going to move forward with some of the outcomes from the offshore wind process. We know things are really up in the air with offshore wind process, obviously, as Jeff stated about what's going on federally, but still we have this task from the bill, HB 4080, and we have we'll be getting to this when Andy talks, but we're getting to how all of this is impacting the Territorial Sea Plan, which is of course a document that OPAC is responsible for keeping up to date. So the membership of this work group is pretty small, and it's just myself, Tara, Brock, Jamie Faraday, I think is still on it, even though he's not officially on OPAC anymore. And then Margaret Corby and Laurel Hillman. So it's a pretty small team. We've gotten together a few times. You can see the dates there on the slide. And we had our last meeting just a couple weeks ago. And that's what we're gonna be focusing on. So let me back up a second here. As we've been going through the roadmap process, I know there's a number of you on OPAC that are also on the roundtable. There has been a pretty deep dive into what are the enforceable policy gaps that we're recognizing around if we do have offshore wind, if all of our in our waters here in Oregon, and that's really brought up a clear need that at least 3 of the chapters in the Territorial Sea Plan will need some updates. Some of them more substantial than others, but certainly TSP Chapter 5 on renewable energy and 4, as well as even the Rocky Habitat chapter. And then with that, also the Territorial Sea Plan Chapters 1 and 2 have not been updated, if I'm understanding correctly, since they were originally written back like in 1990. So basically the whole Territorial Sea Plan needs an overhaul. And we are starting to grapple with it in this work group. And today I'll pass it over to Andy and then Cynthia. They're going to kind of do a deep dive on what that will take, and a draft timeline that we'll all talk about. So with that, I will go ahead and pass it off to you, Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So as staff for the council, we were asked to think about scoping what future rulemaking amendments would look like related to offshore wind. And as I began thinking about that question, I asked myself, well, how long has an amendment process taken in the past? So how long would we expect it to take in the future? Who's involved? What's the process for completing it? What resources may be required in addition to existing staff capacity or new capacity? And are there any studies that need to be completed that are essential to inform our work? So that was kind of the universe of thoughts and questions. And just to remind everyone, the Territorial Sea Plan currently has 5 parts. Parts 1 and 2 are the introductory chapters. Part 3 is the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. Part 4 is the uses of the seafloor, and Part 5 is for renewable energy. There's also a set of appendices that relate to the entire document. So that's kind of the universe of what currently exists in the Territorial Sea Plan per se. Next slide, please. So in asking myself this question, of course, I went back to the actual guidance on this process, which is located in Part 1 of the Territorial Sea Plan. So Part 1, Section F, lays out the requirements for OPAC to amend the Territorial Sea Plan. And this is a policy process that involves 2 parties. It involves OPAC and my agency's commission, and those 2 parties work together in tandem. So for any potential future amendment to the Territorial Sea Plan, they can be initiated in one of 2 different ways. One of which is that OPAC itself can do a survey of the issues that are out there today, or whenever they're seeking to do an amendment. And it will, through that survey, identify the highest priority action items and then request to initiate rulemaking. So there would be a request from OPAC to the my agency commission to initiate rulemaking, and that would start the formal process. Another way that this can be initiated is through a request from an agency, from the governor's office, or from an external organization to the council that the council would review, deliberate on, and then make a decision to act on. There is also one more pathway, which is through a legislative directive, right? And when the state amended Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan, that was in response to the legislative directive. I'm blanking on the legislative bill at the moment, but it was a few years ago, right? So that's how an initiation of an amendment would occur. Following that initiation, next slide, please. The council would kind of spin up its process for doing so. And because of the fact that OPAC has not met more frequently, they have really handed off a lot of their work to working groups. And this slide should be familiar to many of you who've seen me give an update on OPAC rulemaking in the past. There's basically a directive that comes to OPAC. They established a working group, and the working group would do public scoping and the actual drafting of the amendment and pass that on to the council for its review and approval. There may be a feedback cycle there where the council looks at the draft recommendation and sends it back to the working group saying, we like these things, but we feel like there needs to be more work on some element of the recommendation. It could do that, or it could act to do the corrections itself and move and approve that forward. But there is then, once OPAC has approved of that amendment, it would forward it to my agency's commission, and then the commission itself has its process for concluding that public amendment. So there is a public hearing, there's a briefing to the commission, and then there's commission action. If the commission decides that there's some elements of that OPAC recommendation that's inconsistent with the statutory guidelines or the Oregon Ocean Resource Management Acts, and it makes findings that OPAC needs to correct some element of their recommendation, it would send it back to the council, which could either handle it itself or pass that on to the working group. But either way, there is a feedback mechanism for which OPAC has the ability to make some change and then send it back to the commission. If there's no issues and the commission approves right away, that feedback loop is not needed. And then finally, once the commission adopts the amendments to the Territorial Sea Plan, which is by reference to the administrative rule that contains the language of the Territorial Sea Plan and or the reference to it, then we as an agency would submit that update as part of a program change to NOAA, which then NOAA would adopt it and it would become part of Oregon's federally approved coastal zone management program. So that is the kind of process cycle for any rulemaking amendment that OPAC needs to do. And certainly the working groups that are established with appropriate representation in mind. So if there is a rulemaking amendment related to offshore wind that we want to move forward, then we as a state would seek representation from the industry to ensure that their voices are heard together with all the other stakeholders who are represented on the council. Okay, so that's a high-level summary of the rulemaking process. Generally, this can take 2 years for an OPAC action and recommendation itself. I think our work on the undersea cables took a little over 2 years. And then it can take another 6 months to a year for the the LCDC component of the process. So there is a natural phasing of work that happens together, and it is both the OPAC and LCDC kind of responsibility to work together to keep each other informed, as OPAC would be working on its recommendations. IS staff may be involved with regular briefings of the commission or updates to the commission so that they can stay informed as to our progress. So that's how it works. Next slide, please. So there are some guidelines in part one that discuss the needs of the council as it's going through its amendment. The first of which is that once the council agrees to address an issue, it will develop a work program that includes a schedule, a completion target date, public participation opportunities, any work groups or other necessary technical assistance, right? So those could be studies, it could be other topic specific working groups. In the past, when the part 5 was first being considered, there were actually 4 different working groups that were established to work on that component of the Territorial Sea Plan. I believe there was like a ecological resources working group, there was a visual resources working group, there was a draft, like a text drafting working group. So there were a lot of smaller bodies that helped to accomplish specific components of that amendment. And I think the council, should act judiciously to stand those up, because it takes a lot of time, energy, and capacity. And I think, especially in Oregon, we have a lot of public process fatigue, since we tend to include a lot of our public in any decisions that are made. And I think that's a valuable thing. But it means that we need to be respectful and careful as we do that, so that we don't overload our communities and the limited number of stakeholders that can contribute time to us. And as I mentioned earlier, the working groups really have been used to help OPAC meet their timelines, because of the fact the council itself hasn't met more than twice a year as a practice, for the last few years. But that could change depending upon the aggressiveness of OPAC's work program. I would caution, however, that as a part of our discussions with the Offshore Wind Working Group, and with kind of the charge that's going to be in front of us over the next few years, that we may want to modify that to be more efficient and to potentially have a little bit more frequent check-ins. And those may be less than full-day meetings, I would hope, because it's a lot of work to organize full-day meetings for you all. But I think these are very productive events, so we could go either way. Next slide, please. The other kind of wild cards in the thinking on our future amendments related to offshore wind are what else is out there needing to be amended. And Joe mentioned this at the beginning of this agenda item update, and that is that our coastal management program has every 5 years an opportunity to assess where we are and to provide a 5-year strategy for making program enhancements. It's called our 309 grant. It's funding that comes to the Oregon Coastal Management Program, and states have to engage in this specifically. They have to identify priorities and tasks and actions. When we first drafted our 5-year strategy, offshore wind was a big component of that strategy. However, in today's world, this federal administration and the guidance from NOAA is that no work on offshore wind energy can be funded through this program enhancement grant fund. And so we had to revise our plan. And the thing that made the most sense to us and what's in our existing and I think soon to be approved 5-year strategy is that we identified parts 1 and 2 of the Territorial Sea Plan as a high priority for amendment. So that is work that the agency has committed to over the next 5 years to completing. I can, and I will in the next slide here, give a little bit more background on what's in parts 1 and 2. But taken together with the need that OPAC has expressed the desire to work on the adaptive management component of our Rocky habitat management strategy as well in the near future, you now potentially have rulemaking amendments for each part of the Territorial Sea Plan. Now, I don't envision some of these rulemaking amendments to be as time intensive as previous efforts. And one of the reasons I say that is because at least parts 4 and parts 5 have been more recently completed. So I think there's going to be slightly less work from an amendment perspective. So there may be a little bit more of a technical nature to those. I think similarly, part 1 is focused on kind of background and introduction to the ocean management framework in Oregon. So I think most of those kind of updates are going to be text amendments and more administrative updates than comprehensive, hard to coordinate amendments. So that being said, I think amendments to parts 1 and 2 might take 1 to 2 years total together. I think those will be focused around helping our public understand how our ocean management framework works and how we make decisions associated with the territorial sea. So that really, to me, might be a great place for us to start our work if we are waiting for some of these other processes to conclude or to have a little bit more detail in them. Next slide, please. So here's a little bit more background on parts 1 and 2 of the Territorial Sea Plan. And I will let you kind of read these while I go ahead and call on Fran, who has her hand raised and has been patiently waiting.
I think you might have addressed it. I was just wondering if there's ways of using like sort of high-level global language to say that when one part of the plan is updated, then other parts of the plan will be updated consistently without going through the process. I mean, maybe they're so different that that doesn't help, but I was wondering if there's any way to streamline the need for real intensive plan changes.
Yeah, thank you, Fran. I have been thinking about how to streamline some of these changes. I think parts 1 and 2 could be handled together in a single kind of rulemaking effort. And I do think that they're likely to be more administratively and technically focused rather than having a lot of issues that require controversial topics and a lot of significant updates. So certainly I'm thinking about that because I recognize that OPAC as a whole, if you have a charge of potentially amending each part of the Territorial Sea Plan in the next 5 to 7 years, that's going to be a challenge on everybody. The agencies who participate on OPAC, the OPAC volunteers themselves, and our stakeholders. So I am trying to think creatively about how we accomplish the needs of the state together while we are holding ourselves to the best public process, to our rules, and so that we can hear from the citizens of our state as we think about ocean management moving forward.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm just wondering, even at where it goes more in the weeds, like if language could be added to processes that says, you know, adaptive management is this is an example, is a, you know, a goal of the state, and as new research becomes available, those type of changes can be made without, you know, maybe it could be made with a shortened process or something like that. So you don't have to go through a whole process to incorporate new information that's come to light, that, that we value this, or that there's, new information about use of that habitat or something.
Certainly, I think there's some optimization of language that we use as we can adopt amendments that could be broadly applicable. But I think there is a challenge because we do need to have all of the language ready and adopted. And in the past, some of those changes, we haven't bundled together changes to multiple parts at the same time and asked people to understand that relationship in terms of how the parts of the territorial sea plan work together. And I'm curious to know or to think about how we can do that. Certainly, I think that's something Steve could help me understand the limitations of our rulemaking process as to how to be more efficient in doing so. Go ahead, next slide, please. I think we're all right. So this is a point I'm going to hand things over to Cynthia, who has done the gaps assessment and who has put these slides together to identify from that work kind of how offshore wind would relate to the parts of the territorial sea plan.
Thanks, Andy, and hello, everybody. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Cynthia Smith. I'm the Offshore Wind Energy Policy Specialist, working alongside Jeff Burright on the roadmap process. In particular, I'm looking at the enforceable policy assessment and also a capacity assessment. So as kind of indicated, the roadmap process has worked with a lot of individuals. And through this process, we've met with various groups participating in reviewing an extensive list of reasonably foreseeable effects to state coastal uses and resources, and what existing state enforceable policies correlated with those effects, and where there may be gaps when it comes to offshore wind energy development. The people involved in this review included DLCD staff, all roundtable members. We had a tribes only table engagement, which was the precursor to formal consultation. State agency partners, including a separate core team of state agency partners focused on offshore wind, and local governments, community members, and also the OPAC working group. A good number of identified gaps of our enforceable policies are related to the territorial sea plan. And what you'll see here is going to be a very high level summary of what may be potential areas of improvement in the TSP. This list is just for the territorial sea plan. If you want to look at the larger gap table, refer to the draft roadmap. So on this first slide, as Andy discussed, you're going to have your maybe technical amendments or codification that might occur with parts 1 and 2. But 2 other areas that might be incorporated in those amendments would be considering expanding and including related requirements that are specific to water quality effects beyond what's mentioned in ecological effects. Also, existing and ongoing survey protection standards that are not related to offshore energy development, but could be impacted by such a development would be an area that could be amended. These 2 bulleted, the water quality and the survey activities, you will also see in the list for parts 4 and 5. So next slide. So in parts 4 and 5, there's quite a few that we have highlighted here. Several, I think I got 2 or 3 slides here. So first of all, under the Joint Agency Review Team for parts 4 and 5 to make sure that we include all 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon, and there might be some other minor clarifications. Right now, it's just specific to coastal tribes, so we want to broaden that inclusion. Visual resource protections is another area that is a hot topic for a gap. And then recreational resource protections, there's some areas that could use some fixing there. Fisheries protections, we want to broaden the standards so they are applicable to an environment type rather than a geographical area. And then also assess standards for tribal community impacts, and then amend if necessary to consider those fishing uses for the tribes. Cultural resource protections, looking at defining cultural resources and include protections or avoidance guidelines. Possibly expanding protections to include cultural practices or culturally significant sites. And then defining sensitive ecological resources or a similar terminology that is interpreted clearly through the reflection of tribal worldviews. Those are mainly in part 5. Next slide. There's quite a list in the ecological resource protection section of parts 4 and 5. You'll see there's a little bit highlighted in parts 3 and 2, but the main focus here is parts 4 and 5. There's some clarification that might be needed with vague references to fish, wildlife, and habitat. Improve the geographic reach of an area-specific policy to make them more general or based on a resource type. Define the role of mitigation and adaptive management. We want to look at addressing vessel operation impacts. Possibly develop siting standards for projects in geologically unstable areas. Some protective standards for biofouling. And consider expanding and including related requirements. This is one that was also listed in part 2 for water quality effects. And then as Natalia had put in the chat, there is current rulemaking that DSL is going through for 141, Oregon Administrative Rule 141, and it might be worth doing some complementary rulemaking in part 4. For that. Next slide. The one that I had mentioned earlier about existing and ongoing surveying protection standards, that is also listed here, but then also expand the scope to include surveying activities in part 5 that might occur in preparation of an energy project application that occurs between leasing and permitting stage. If we decide to go down the community benefit agreement route, there might be some standards that we could tie in with into the territorial sea plan. The decommissioning plans, operational plans, and emergency response, there's some areas that might need some improvement, expansion, or clarification. Adaptive management plans, we could maybe use some details and standards regarding expectations. There's some informational requirements, in particular, when seeking traditional ecological knowledge. Energy resilience, include a requirement to address the energy grid reliability or resilience in part 5. And then lastly, there were some policies that were not previously approved by NOAA, and to revisit those policies to determine whether modifications to policy language may make them more approvable for use as an enforceable policy. And I think that is my last slide. The next one is Andy.
Actually, let's move one more forward. I think it can go to the timelines here, and we can come back to that question slide. So what we have done as staff within the department is think about order of operations here for what makes sense for OPAC from a rulemaking perspective over the next 5 years. So recognizing that our coastal program has parts 1 and 2 as a priority in the next 5 years as part of our enhancement grant. That's one of them. The amendments to parts 4 and 5, which would be, as Cynthia just highlighted, associated with energy amendments to those parts of the Territorial Sea Plan. And lastly, and this one is more of the wild card, is how do we move forward on the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy if we think that is the vehicle to address the executive order direction to OPAC. So in thinking about timelines and tasks for these, it made sense to us to think about having parts 1 and 2 go first. And the reason that made sense to us is there may be some time between now and the completion of the roadmap and any then funding for implementation of the roadmap that's identified by the legislature. So we can get going quickly on some of the technical amendments to parts 1 and 2. There's also the benefit that because those are the introductory chapters of the Territorial Sea Plan and foundational to many of the other pieces, that it would be an educational opportunity for our stakeholders to actually have that piece go first. And then the parts 4 and 5 would commence soon thereafter, after OPAC makes its recommendation that would be transmitted to the commission. And that process would spin up and address the gaps that have been identified by the roadmap, and that could be informed by additional study or work that happens before then, if the state is able to find resources to help with, for example, data gathering and or a state-led marine spatial planning process. So having a little time between now and kind of kicking off rulemaking for offshore wind-focused amendments to parts 4 and 5 could be advantageous to us. Lastly, because our coastal program funding is not acceptable to be allocated to supporting the offshore wind related rulemaking amendments, that's really where there could be a capacity challenge for us as an agency. But some of our staff would be able to support the Rocky Habitat Management process as part of the executive order, while others are supporting the rulemaking process associated with offshore wind. So that is some of the thinking and how we have laid out things here on a general timeline. I don't think the council needs to make a decision today. We're providing this information to you to help you think about our work program over the next 2 to 5 years, and to lay out kind of what would make sense. Go forward one more slide. We also overlaid this timeline with a perspective on the legislative and budget planning timelines. So that top green part and the little arrows that are associated with it are kind of the start and stop of legislative sessions. So in 2026, there's a short legislative session, but almost immediately following that session begins the policy option package process for the next year's governor recommended budget for the 2027 long legislative session. So we've tried to lay out the legislative points in time so that OPAC could understand kind of how and when, if additional resources were allocated to the agencies to provide capacity, when those might come to fruition. And these slides, I think, can be the the crux of how we talk about and how we think about OPAC's charge moving forward. Now let's go back 3 slides, I think it was, to some of the questions that Jeff and Cynthia and I kind of thought of when we were asking ourselves what made sense. And as we think about further scoping the rulemaking amendments and actions, these are some of the things that we considered. So one of the big questions is, for offshore wind, what is the research and study needs before we begin rulemaking? Cynthia pointed out the visual resource piece has been a very hot topic. I think there's some work around those that could be helpful. A cable corridor suitability study is something that came to mind as well, trying to understand spatially and geographically where it makes sense to think about cable corridors that could be incorporated into the Territorial Sea Plan, and certainly work with DSL on their rules and their thinking will be essential as we think about those topics. And lastly, how would OPAC, what does OPAC think about a sea space suitability study and in any products that could be generated that would inform any future offshore wind leasing process, right? So the process that was that led up to the almost lease of offshore Oregon waters included a planning phase where we identified the data and information. We tried to identify kind of critical areas, but at the end of the day, there was not very specific guidance to BOEM as to where to put call areas or offshore lease wind energy areas or potential lease areas, right? So if the state wants to get ahead of that process before any potential future offshore wind industry comes, like that is an opportunity for us that's, could be completed and in time for us to think about it impacting or informing rulemaking. So those are just some of the big questions. And I'm trying to think. We have, I think, past our time for the stack update. So I think we should move quickly into that and then circle back around at the end of the meeting if there's time. But I think the important part was laying out those broad timelines and tasks for the council so that we can think collectively about how to move together.
Yes, I think you're right, Andy. I don't want to shortchange Karina's time because I know she's busy. So yeah, let's move into that. If anybody on OPAC has questions, hold them and then we will come back to this. I know I had a couple questions and so I wrote those down and but I appreciate that. That was very helpful. So let's see,
yeah, Karina's on.
Okay.
Are you good?
Yeah.
You're ready to take over the screen if you would like.
I am ready. Okay, let me share. Hang on. And I'll have to put it into presentation mode. So give me a sec here. And I'm unfortunately we have already lost one of our presenters, but that's fine. I'm going to present on their behalf. Okay. How are we doing? Is that in the right mode?
Yes, now it is.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
Thank you. So, hi everyone, Karina Nielsen here, chair of the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee for OPAC. And today we are presenting on our work on the charge that was given to us by OPAC related to offshore wind. And I just wanted to share that our presenters are myself. Will White actually had to step out. I will present for him. I think I see Veronica in the room. I may call on her to address any questions. Jim Lerjak, Selena Happel, and David Kling. And then the other members of the staff that contributed to the report are listed below. So with that, I'm going to get started. This is a status update that we promised to share partway through our work. And so I'm going to cover just briefly to remind folks of the charge we were given. I'm going to talk to you about some of the areas that we're working on related to the charge, research prioritization framework, and regional knowledge and knowledge gaps related to both natural and social science domains. I'm going to start with the charge. I think, folks who were at the last several meetings remember that the charge to us from OPAC is related to developing, sorry, I may as well just read it. The Oregon Offshore Wind Energy Roadmap process and OPAC, and in the context of the proposed regional offshore wind research entity that California is putting forward, and to inform adaptive management needs for research and monitoring, we were asked to develop an offshore wind energy research prioritization framework to help prioritize future research and monitoring, to summarize regionally relevant research, to identify current knowledge gaps. And we are here right now at the step of delivering an initial short report. Once we do that and gain additional feedback, we're going to crosswalk what we have identified as knowledge gaps with those developed by other entities. And that work is sort of underway, being compiled from the roadmap group and other public comments and expert comments that we've received. We're going to apply the research prioritization framework to kind of identify the highest key priority research and monitoring needs for Oregon. And then we'll deliver a final report in January, it looks like. So that's just a reminder of the charge, give you a sense of what we've been up to. We had divided up into 4 work groups that met over the summer, and I think we had about 10, between all the various groups, about 10 meetings. Research prioritization framework met together, the social science group met together, the natural science kind of group met together, and then folks doing literature review on background and more recent empirical studies from other floating offshore wind projects. We decided to prioritize our focus areas and to write up 2 to 3 page briefs for the report, focusing primarily on topics not already addressed or maybe not addressed fully in the 7th Oregon Climate Assessment chapter on floating offshore wind energy, which has been shared with this group and with the roadmap previously. We also decided to focus on the areas of expertise within the stack. I kind of alluded to this earlier, but also to catch us up on new empirical data. There've been a lot of modeling and planning studies, engineering studies, and what we really wanted to do is get some actual, good sense of what data from existing either fixed or floating offshore wind arrays might be relevant for us here in Oregon. We are going to be pursuing a few ad hoc experts to fill some gaps in expertise. For example, we know we're going to have someone work with us on engineering, research and development questions. Bats are an area of expertise and interest. There are marine bats that are not marine, but there are bats that fly over the ocean, and some in the migration, some for feeding. So those are an area of interest and concern. And then benthic organisms. We probably can do that within our group, but there are some experts locally that we want to consult with. And then we're going to compile the questions that have already been raised from the various sources, as I alluded to. So those are the things we've been working on. I was going to pass the baton at this point to Will White, who led the development of our research prioritization framework. He did that together with Veronica, and I may call on Veronica, I think she's in the room, to help me if I get stuck, but I think I can explain it and be happy to transmit any questions about it to him later. Unfortunately, he had a conflict he had to leave by like 2:30. So the proposed research prioritization framework really was set up to say, given that we have some potential research projects or research questions that could fill an identified knowledge gap, how might we prioritize them? And we would obviously want to prioritize projects that have relevance to Oregon. They don't necessarily have to be from Oregon. You know, there might be others that would be other locations. We might not need to be quite so parochial. The feasibility of the success of such a research project, the level of effort and funding required, oh, excuse me, and the likely impact of the information. And it's very interesting. I have the Zoom thing is blocking my view of part of my own slides here on my laptop. That's a little annoying. So hopefully I didn't misread that last point there. There's basically a two-step process involved in the proposed research prioritization framework. One would be to evaluate, score the proposed work for relevance and feasibility, and using a numerical score, you know, that might rank from 0 to 2. And then here are some of the examples of questions that might be used as scoring categories. This is not comprehensive. There's a longer list that's in development, and these are still being refined, but as examples of which questions might be scored. The importance to decision-making by Oregon regulatory agencies. Does the research address topics with a plausible hypothesis but limited evidence? The likelihood of producing information that reduces uncertainty. Addresses questions on a relevant time scale. Can be completed with existing data, or it will be feasible to collect all the necessary data during the project. That the question would remain relevant if development is delayed for 5 to 10 years. So for example, if research was done prior to any development. So those are just, you know, some examples of the kinds of scoring categories we might advance. The second step in the process would be to use ours or whatever other, it might be another group that of experts, but based on expert opinions, evaluate those proposals, those ideas, those for priority research projects based on this kind of a metric. This kind of a framework wherein we would determine whether each of those projects that scored highly in that initial ranking, like how feasible is it that if we do that, it will, like if they have low effort, low resource use, and would have a high impact, the information would be really important. That would be that quick wins green category. For projects that maybe take more effort, but would still have a beneficial and useful impact, those would be in that major projects, that green box. There's a red box over in the right-hand corner for low effort, low impact. Those we kind of would rank as thankless tasks. And then low effort, low impact, we might do as, you know, those would be considered fill-ins, not the highest priority projects. So that is the gist of the framework. I'm just going to offer, Veronica, did I capture that correctly? Do you have anything to add before we move on?
Good afternoon, everyone. And no, I think you essentially captured the essence of what we were trying to communicate, calibrating for the complexity of the work and the possible value, the potential value of it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Veronica. I appreciate it. Okay, moving on. We're going to move on to the regional knowledge and gaps, and I'm going to pass the next slide off to Jim Lerjak, who's going to talk to us about this topic. So Jim, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Selena. Good afternoon, everyone. Here we're considering impacts of offshore wind on winds themselves, and how that then in turn impacts upwelling, circulation, nutrients in the coastal waters, and then onto phytoplankton and zooplankton, lower trophic level biology. There has been quite a bit of modeling done, starting, I would say, in Europe, and then moving on to groups within California using models, numerical models, to look at the impacts of wind structures, and in California's case, the impacts of offshore wind structures on these things. And we feel like this is a good assessment framework that can generally be applied, and to some degree has already been applied to the off the coast of Oregon. But we feel like within this framework and in applying it specifically to Oregon, there remain some knowledge gaps. The first being that compared to California, the wind fields off of Oregon, and the structure of the coast, the bathymetry, bathymetric features that affect the circulation, and therefore where, for example, zooplankton, phytoplankton, and nutrients get moved, are different from California. So a gap that exists now is a careful assessment of wind structures, and specifically where those wind structures would be sited, how large the campaign would be. The gap exists in looking specifically at how that would impact upwelling, circulation, nutrients, and phytoplankton, zooplankton within the offshore waters of Oregon. And if we determine that we need to make some observational direct assessments and monitoring of the effects of wind structures on these things, the winds themselves, upwelling, circulation, nutrients, etc., we don't currently have a framework for doing that. We have a lot of tools available to us to make these measurements, but we haven't really assessed or developed a plan that would allow us to directly measure and monitor impacts, particularly given that in a location like the coast of Oregon, there's a lot of natural variability and in fact long-term change that may obscure or make it challenging to directly monitor impacts associated with offshore wind structures. So we identified that as a gap as well. And then lastly, there are features in the coastal ocean, for example, temperature fronts, which are biologically important, but both in terms of upwelling, in terms of primary production, and as well as in fisheries. And so a knowledge gap related to that is, do the models that are currently being applied, for example, off the off the coast of California, do they have the resolution? Are they able to adequately resolve model fronts that are important biologically? And also, given the current modeling state of the art, parameterizations, we have to make parameterizations as to how the turbines themselves impact the winds, impact the circulation. And so a knowledge gap there is, are these parameterizations adequate? Do we need to refine those? And particularly when we're interested in small scale features off the Oregon coast.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We're now going to pass off to Selena Happel, who will talk to us about some of the other topics in the natural science section. Selena.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see everyone today. It's been a while since I've seen you all, so great to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to give you an update here. So a lot of work has been done on the effects of offshore wind on marine birds and mammals, fisheries, and so on. And we have our Oregon has one of the greatest marine mammal institutes in the world right here, so that's a great thing to have their expertise weighing in here. So there's been a number of surveys and research projects underway off our coast here by the Marine Mammal Institute. We have good information on sort of hot and cold spots of abundance and seasonality. Most of the work, of course, not surprisingly, is done in the nicer months for doing those kinds of surveys. So we don't have as much information on marine mammal distribution in the winter. The expected effects of the development and the installation really focus on some of the noise issues and vessel traffic and things like that would go on, likely to have some disruption in behavioral patterns and possibly impact sensitive marine mammals in terms of their hearing. Vessel strikes in general are an issue for marine mammals, so we'd want to get some idea of what the boat traffic would be during installation and during operation as well. Sea otters and pinnipeds are mostly nearshore species. We have a good sense of where they haul out on land. Their offshore distribution is a little bit less well known. And of course, if there's anything for a sea lion to haul out on, they will. So that will be something that the developers are going to have to think about. And we've certainly dealt with that a lot with our instruments, for example, and buoys and things like that that are set offshore. Next slide. So on the bird side of things, so there are finally, I would say, a lot more empirical studies coming out on what impacts actually are in terms of bird mortality and how the sighting of the different types of sites have been affecting bird populations. And this includes a fair bit of work in the North Sea and other places in Europe, as well as the east coast of the US and here. Again, the Marine Mammal Institute study is looking at birds and has a robust information on distribution and abundance during the summer months, which are also the breeding months for seabirds. So that's good. But we have some need for more information on collision vulnerability and possibly lighting attraction. Generally speaking, the lighting in particular doesn't seem to be a major issue, and some mitigations are available for that. Foraging routes may be important, especially for some sensitive species that would be coming, moving from offshore to nearshore areas, islands, and so on during breeding seasons. So that would be, depending on where the sites are located, that could be something that we would want to focus on for research. And also the height of the flying. So some seabirds, alcids and some other species are low enough as they're traveling that they may not be in danger of the rotors, but other species fly higher. So that would be part of the research that we'd want to take a look at. The potential for the structures to attract birds is also another issue, just like the pinnipeds. And then I'm going to talk a little bit next about fish attraction. And so floating objects do attract fish, and there may be forage fish attracted to the sites. And so what we don't want is a situation where there's effectively an ecological sink where birds are attracted to forage around them and actually are putting themselves in harm's way. Okay, next slide. So for fish habitat, it's largely dependent on where the sites are located. By federal policy, we have essential fish habitat and habitat areas of particular concern that are designated for federally managed species. And so we have maps for those species. Some of those are actually in the process of being updated now. And we would want to work with the Pacific Fishery Management Council Habitat Committee and they are involved in some of the review processes that are underway to see what habitats would be affected. So the structures will create habitat, and we don't really know if that habitat, what the quality and function of that habitat will be, and that will be the floating structures themselves, and then potentially, depending on what type of anchors they're using, there could be benthic structures added. Research may be needed to assess effects on individuals, populations, and neighboring habitats and fisheries. Fish habitat in the open ocean, updated maps of those habitats will be needed to assess potential impacts and loss and connectivity. And then I think it's also important to keep in mind that fish habitat in the estuary and onshore will be affected by the power grid and how power is making its way to shore, and that will be part of so essential fish habitat for salmon in particular would be affected, and we'd need to again work with existing maps and with the habitat committees to keep an eye on that. All right, next. For the fishes themselves, productivity studies in other places have shown a range of impacts from negative to positive in the vicinity of the structures. So some fisheries impacts, the models can predict changes in fishing mortality rates due to fisheries exclusion or extraction to the sites and for which species. So we can do that work when the time comes and we know where the sites are going to be. The scale of the effect is really important here, and I think that goes for all of this work. Do the impacts at the site affect populations at a broader scale? So just as we do that work for things like marine protected areas, we would do that work for the farms, for the sites where the turbines are put in. In terms of physiology and behavior, electromagnetic frequency sensitivity has been studied a lot at this point, and the recent studies suggest it's unlikely to be an issue due to rapid attenuation, but there are some circumstances depending on how the cables are laid and insulated where there could be some effect there. Anti-biofouling treatments, I saw that this was also on the list from the tribal representatives, so that's important to take a look at. Uptake and bioaccumulation of chemicals or impacts of mechanical treatments. There is a fair amount, again, of existing literature on this, but it's important to know what treatments would actually be used in the sites. Next slide. Finally, just thinking generally about altered physical and chemical conditions. For each of these, I don't need to read through all of these questions. You can take a look at them later, but just thinking about what kinds of pollution, if you want to call it that, from physical, chemical, sound, light, EMF, and so on. Again, though, come back to that issue of scale of impact. So we know there will be impact at the sites, and then the question is, how far does that, what is the sphere of influence, so to speak, of that impact around the sites? So I think that's enough, Karina, from me.
Great.
So I'll pass it on.
Great. Thank you, Selena. Appreciate it. We're going to transition to social science, but there was one remark that I wanted to make earlier that I forgot in the kerfuffle with Will shifting away. One of the things that we know is that our group also doesn't have, we're bringing in some natural science, some social science. There's a lot of local traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, which this group, your stack, does not have, nor is it our role to share that. But we wanted to communicate how important we think that is, and ways in which that might be incorporated later include kind of co-developed and cooperative research, and would be something that we would probably recommend. So with that, I'm going to switch over now to David Kling, who is going to take us through the work of the social science subgroup. David, here you go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I am an associate professor at Oregon State and an economist, and I'm going to be representing a group of social scientists with different expertise and presenting topics that they've brought to the group. And to try to get us more approximately on schedule, I'm going to go at a somewhat abbreviated pace and not hit necessarily every point on the slide, but just try to convey some of the general themes that we're seeing in terms of research, knowledge gaps, and in different areas of social science. So one of these, the point of departure is that reviewing the literature on the effects of offshore wind construction and operation on fisheries it's a emerging literature with some not really definite signals on a variety of dimensions. And so in trying to map that to Oregon, some early evidence and modeling indicates that certain fisheries and certain ports could, for example, trawl fisheries that use trawl gear could be especially impacted when we're talking about commercial fisheries. And so some research needs that we identified under, looking at Oregon coast fishing communities include if a fishery, let's just say a commercial fishery, but you could generalize some of these ideas to recreational fisheries, is impacted, what are the social and cultural dimensions of those impacts? I'm going to talk about economic measures in a little bit. Another research gap that we're seeing is, in general, without specific reference to any ongoing processes that we've heard about earlier in the meeting, what are general principles for meaningful engagement and fair outcomes from the perspective of fishing communities? And then where are fishing communities obtaining their information about scientific evidence, and what are trusted pathways for that information? And how would they receive and interpret new evidence that's communicated to them over time? Next slide. Another general area of need for research that was identified was under the heading of tribal consultation and collaboration. And so what we zeroed in on here is, how can state agency consultation with tribes around offshore wind be improved? Again, thinking about general principles and frameworks that can be applied as this issue develops, not specifically picking out any ongoing process. And there are a number of themes here that I'll let folks read about and can return to the slide without going too deeply into them. Just starting out with one here, governments should obtain free, prior, and informed consent from tribes before enacting policies or actions that might affect their rights, lands, and resources. This is one principle that may be recommended as part of a general approach going forward. And there are others here I can let folks read. Next slide. Next slide,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no worries. All right, and just some more potential dimensions along which best practices can be established for tribal consultation and collaboration. Just picking one here off the list. Tribal governments and agencies need to identify and establish goals of consultation together going into the process. And so I see, I'm representing work put forward here by our colleague Jenna Tilt, who is on the stack, but I kind of see the work product coming out of this is again, general principles and ideas that may be useful down the road, and not specifically designing a consultation process end to end for any particular stage of planning. Although we, as Karina mentioned, I think we will, as we interface more with these other processes that are ongoing, try to make it map to what is actually happening and make this as useful as we can, even though it's definitely on the research side of this issue. Next slide.
Sorry, hang on. There.
All right, so changing gears a little bit, another area of knowledge gap that we identified focuses on economic impacts. There has been a lot of high quality work applied to the West Coast, looking basically at the overlap between wind energy areas and fisheries measured in terms of where they're catching fish and so that's really driven by the sorry, we've got Karina.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm trying to answer some chats and I goofed
No
here.
worries.
Let me go back to this one.
So
There we go.
we're on the economics slide. So that's the next one.
There we go.
Yeah. So just to summarize quickly, there has been a lot of very useful work centering on basically the overlap of where landings are coming from out in the ocean and their value, and wind energy areas even getting into the levelized cost of power in different areas. And I think one gap that this is something that I put forward is that I think there can be another layer of work that complements this, digging into some of the available fisheries data sets and quantifying profitability of fisheries and how it may be affected from different wind energy development scenarios, both the construction phase and operation phase. And you can go further into trying to model landings by port and even see if there is a potential effect on certain classes of vessels in terms of their entry and exit decisions from individual fisheries through the season if you have varying degrees of navigation restrictions around wind energy operations. And the nice thing about this topic is that these data sets are administrative data sets that are already existing. And some folks in our discussions have brought up, well, what about potential marine reserve effects or something that could be called that almost of the wind energy infrastructure, and could that be a benefit to fisheries? Absolutely. And I think that might be a later stage of work that is a bit, it's going to be ex ante and based on projections of what that might look like in terms of changes to the populations. But basically, a little bit more evidence could be provided here that would be in terms that are more similar to what are used in cost benefit and economic cost benefit analyses for other types of public infrastructure. All right, next slide. Something that our group was wondering about and came up as still, I think, an outstanding knowledge gap is will wind energy be attractive to investors in the future? So cost and return of renewable energy technologies in general vary by location, and the cost of renewables across the board has been declining very rapidly in recent years. And this has extended to offshore wind from the 2010s through today. But offshore wind is still more expensive than onshore wind in general, and it may be even so far that cost gap between offshore and onshore in the United States may be bigger than in some other parts of the world. And so I think we're going to try to provide a little value added in terms of maybe mapping out what would we need to figure out to make some informed projections about the competitiveness of offshore wind in terms of infrastructure needs and potential mandates to support development. Obviously, there's a ton of expertise and ongoing work on that, and it came up to us as something important, something where research could add some value, but we will really endeavor to tune this part of our work product so that it fits with ongoing work and is not duplicative of other analyses on this specific question. All right, so what we have done, and so I should say that the topics we've identified here is just a sample. There are others, no doubt, folks are thinking are important that are not on the list, and so our list will grow. But I did think it would be useful to provide a preview of how we might go about prioritizing these different questions on our side. So obviously decision makers, other knowledgeable people, folks working for the state are going to have their own ranking of anything we come up with when they look at it. But we did think it would be useful and I think that, the plan is to do this for both natural science and social science, to rank these along the dimensions that Karina started out with. And you can break that out into roughly impact. How important do we subjectively, based on what we know now, think these topics might be, and how hard how hard will it be to figure them out in terms of effort? And so when we went through this exercise for social science, in our opinion, there wasn't a question that could obviously be kicked out as unimportant. I think a different question is the value add of research, additional research on it for Oregon. But as we work to determine that, we couldn't clearly identify many questions that are unimportant and wouldn't benefit from more work behind them. So that landed us in the good space of Will's graph in terms of research prioritization. And so going through this, and I'll talk about what's behind it and on the next slide. But here we did identify questions that seemed like it'd be valuable to figure out, perhaps more so than other also important questions. And that ended up being A and G in this exercise. So Karina, could you go to the next slide? And so I'm just showing the numbers here for how it turned out with our subgroup. We all looked at the questions, which you can read on the slide. I've touched on these, either all appeared on the slide or I called them out in my verbal remarks here. We went through on a spreadsheet, decided how we felt about a variety of criteria that fell under effort and under impact. And in this first trial run with this framework, two stood out here in terms of being not as much effort as others, and seemed like it would be quite valuable to investigate them from a research perspective. But certainly even the ones highlighted in green, we felt would be useful to figure out. So as Karina mentioned, why are we showing this? I guess to understand what OPAC would find useful, and think about an exercise like this being applied to natural science questions that like those that Selena and Jim talked about, not just the social science ones. So anyway, I think that's it for me. Karina.
Great. Thank you so much, David. And sorry for the little hiccups there. We just wanted to say we're working on our next steps, which will be to update, revise these briefs that we're starting to write and that we represented in our presentation, the crosswalk with other identified knowledge gaps from other processes and groups, to refine and apply that framework that we've shared with you that we're proposing to use to highlight key research and monitoring needs for Oregon, and obviously to deliver our final report to OPAC in January of 2026. And with that, I thank you for your attention. Many members of the stack are here beyond who presented. There are a few other folks, I think, in the audience, and we are happy to take your questions.
Wow, that was a lot of information. Thank you. You guys are doing an amazing amount of, just research to find out what gaps there are, let alone doing the research to fill those gaps. Wow. Does anybody from OPAC have a question? I did put a question in the chat, but that's something we can talk about later. It's not as important, but anybody else from OPAC have questions for?
I just wanted to comment on one thing, seeing on there that the cost of levelized cost of energy is coming down for offshore wind. I think, Andy, you were there when we went over to Scotland, and when I asked the question what the cost of energy was, the levelized cost of energy, it was $198 a megawatt hour. That was a year ago. But seeing that it's came down in price, I'm hopefully it wasn't about $500 a megawatt hour for those people.
Ouch. Thank you, Nick. Anybody else?
I guess see Joe.
Oh, Joe. There we go.
Yeah, thanks so much, Karina, and everybody on Stack for that really detailed look at what you're doing, and I'm really impressed. One thing I wanted to check in on was I know that part of the motion had what you described, but also there was, I think Stack was directed to like explore the development of an independent technical committee to provide perspective on like Oregon or regional research needs.
I think that was the original charge in
Okay.
part, but I mean, so I would say a few of us, I've been involved in some conversations recently with California. I know that Jeff has been, Andy, and you know, others of us. The various sciences are intersecting with these various processes and conversations. So I think we are, you know, we're happy to follow up. Some things make more sense to address regionally than specifically for Oregon. So
Right. And so just following on that, I know that during the road roundtable process, and maybe if Jeff is still here, he can comment, there was a kind of a Western, can't remember the name of the group, but it was like a group of technical experts on offshore wind that are gathering, and there's a question of does Oregon want to have its own group like that, or is it more the region wide? And so that definitely intersects with this original request. And I know that things have changed, obviously, well, you know, from the federal end, but it still would be to try to address that. Maybe the way to address it now is through the roadmap process, but I definitely would want to hear from Jeff on this too, because I might be forgetting. Jeff, am I on track with what I'm saying here, or can you remind me?
Yes. California got $3 million of seed money from their legislature to establish a West Coast Science Collaborative. They are going to be presenting their first kind of structure to their coastal commission in December, and you know, reaching out to us around that time as well. I think initially the idea is to be kind of California centric, bringing in a lot of their universities, fishing groups, tribes, state agencies, but also inviting Washington, California, and maybe some other Pacific region states to the table to look for where there might be synergies. So that would be the regional look. And then in the roadmap, we're talking about this potential of, well, shoot, if we only get one seat at this regional collaborative, do we need to have our own whole table to try to build a scientific consensus specific to the state to help work through the research priorities and agenda specific to Oregon, like we've just heard about, and to gather around the table kind of the people who need to be convinced. And then from that, we can be participating in that regional.
yeah, I mean, you know, the scientists work across these state boundaries quite a bit together. So like it wouldn't make sense for us to, you know, not kind of be involved, I guess, as a science community. I would say we would want to be.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to understand how that has played out. And I think, you know, if we are part of that Western Science Committee, that's great. Just want to make sure that Oregon has its imprint on that.
You know what might be useful, Andy and Jeff, is if you all, or maybe as that framework's coming out from California, if we had a stack meeting where y'all presented sort of like, or we could learn more about what the West Coast entity is, and maybe then stack could come away with some thoughts and recommendations.
Yeah, I do plan to tune into that December meeting. And
yeah,
I mean, since I'm talking to you now, just wonder, you're going to come talk to our roundtable about similar stuff in November, and you may get some feedback from that group about areas where they'd like to see additional focus. And I just wonder, are there other revisions that you're open to in this prioritization framework?
Yeah, this is the stage at which we wanted to sort of share what we've been thinking and have an open process and have received feedback. So yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to keep moving forward. We're a
Yeah,
little.
thank you, Susan. I just, people are thanking me, and I really just want to share the kudos with the entire staff who have worked very hard over the summer. It's not mostly their work, so my sharing the thanks on behalf of the whole
Yep,
team.
thank you to the whole stack. Really good work. Looking forward to the next iteration of what happens. I guess I did have a question about having a report ready for OPAC in January, but we may not meet until April. This may be one of those times, Andy, where we need to talk about later having an interim, meeting of OPAC to get this information and have it focused or something. So, but we can talk about that later. So it's just one of those weird things where the timing is a little bit off. So, and maybe could you use more time and make it available to us in April? Would that help? I don't know, but we can talk about that later.
I think one of the concerns is mostly about having it available perhaps as a reference point or appendix or a pointer to it from the roadmap process. And I would let Jeff and Andy speak to that timing.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
It looks like there's one more person with a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Claire put that in the chat, and maybe we can direct that to you, Karina, to follow up afterwards. We do need to move forward with our agenda. We're about 15 minutes behind or more.
Okay. Cool. So let's take a 5-minute break, short break, and then come back and get into mariculture. Does that sound good, Andy?
Yep.
Okay. So 327. I can't do math.
32.
There we go. Thank you.
Or 33.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Tyson. Why don't you go ahead and start your screen share so that when we come back, we are ready to go.
Okay, we'll get that started.
Looking good on my end, Tyson. Okay, Susan, I think we're ready. Before we get going, I wanted to just take a moment and allow Alex to introduce himself. He's joined us for the last portion of our meeting. Alex, you want to say hi to the council?
Yeah, sure. Yep. Alex Manderson here with the Department of Agriculture Food Safety Program. And I'm over the commercial shellfish program in the state, which includes leasing tidelands, publicly owned tidelands, as well as getting shellfish farmers up and running and licensed to conduct shellfish aquaculture. So yeah, I kind of convene the permitting process when we collaborate with other agencies to assess whether shellfish applications for leasing is suitable, and work with the Corps of Engineers on getting those permits either approved or denied, or approved with conditions. So happy to be here for this part of the meeting today.
Thank you for joining, Alex. And he also serves with me on the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council as well. So multiple hats. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, and I know Susan Chambers from the all the Dungeness crab industry work we do as well. So separate project.
Good to see you, Alex. Glad you could be here.
All right. Tyson, why don't you take it away?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Andy, and thank you everyone for having me here today, along with Dick Vanderschaff. We'll spend the next 15 minutes. We'll try and keep it short, talking with you a little bit and introducing the Oregon Coastal Mariculture Collaborative and talking about mariculture. Make sure I got all my buttons ready here in front of me. Okay, seem to be working. So today we'll go through a little bit about who the collaborative is, what the collaborative is doing, why there's a need for this work, and we'll spend the majority of our time talking about some of the current projects and activities the collaborative is engaging in. So who is the Oregon Coastal Mariculture Collaborative? We're a collaborative of 5 organizations that include, of course, my organization, EcoTrust. I'm the Fisheries and Food Systems Program Manager with EcoTrust. The Nature Conservancy, Oregon Aquaculture Association, Oregon Kelp Alliance, and Oregon Sea Grant. I believe it was about, I'll say it was 2.5 years ago, there was a funding opportunity that all of our organizations were interested in through a group called the Builders Initiative. We were all interested in talking with them about aquaculture, and we decided that we should get in a room and talk about mariculture together, what our values are, where maybe our thoughts align, and if there are any synergies in terms of our thinking. And we did set up a 1.5-day long workshop. We talked through many different things, and we did kind of walk out of that workshop realizing like there's a lot that we can do if we work together. We put our thoughts together, support each other, and kind of combined our different skills and knowledge that we all carry in our different networks. So we formed this Oregon Coastal Mariculture Collaborative. And what we're up to right now is, we're working together to understand the potential for the expansion of aquaculture and focusing in on and really paying attention to the native shellfish and seaweeds, and thinking about restorative aquaculture. So the market and spatial assessments outreach and education and doing a lot of learning, evaluating and enabling different permitting opportunities, supporting pilot mariculture projects, exploring financing, are all things that we came up with that were important to us and that we're currently engaging in different ways. And why is this work needed? This is just some of the things that we came up with as we were all talking together, which is that Oregon does have a bit of an underdeveloped mariculture sector related to its potential, doing really great with oysters. But as we're moving forward, we're seeing a lot of opportunities with other species that are being grown on land and in tanks and other restorative opportunities that people are pursuing. And we're really interested in supporting some of those activities and figuring out how we can expand that. There's interest by potential producers, but often that interest can be hampered by some of our permitting systems that are in place, which aren't simple. They can be complicated, and in some case, there may not be a permitting system in place for a particular species of interest. And there's also uncertainty regarding locations, different species, different methods, especially by entrepreneurs or people that are newer, that are interested in aquaculture and want to engage in activities like these. And we're really thinking about restorative aquaculture and the role that it could play within the resilience of estuaries and ocean habitats as a part of that. And a lot of people ask kind of what are we thinking about? What does restorative aquaculture mean? And here's a couple definitions that I think sum it up pretty well, that I'll just read out to you aloud. Restoration aquaculture refers to the controlled propagation and subsequent planting of native aquatic plants and animals to enhance wild populations and restore ecosystems. This practice can involve various species, including shellfish, corals, and seagrasses, and aims to improve water quality, habitat structure, and biodiversity. And another good definition, I believe I pulled this one from TNC. Restorative aquaculture occurs when commercial or subsistence aquaculture provides direct ecological benefits to the environment with the potential to generate net positive environmental outcomes. So where are we at? We're engaging in a few different activities. Spatial analyses, we're currently engaging in a market analysis, developing some financial tools. Some of our partners, like the Oregon Kelp Alliance, are engaging in piloting restoration aquaculture activities. Some of our partners, including, of course, the Oregon Aquaculture Association and EcoTrust, are working to strengthen that organization. And we're conducting outreach activities. So we'll talk more about some of these activities as we move forward and dive into a little bit more depth so you can all kind of get an understanding of what we're up to. I'm going to go ahead and move this slide forward and pass it off to Dick Vanderschaff.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us here. I'm Dick Vanderschaff. I'm the Associate Conservation Director for the Coast and Ocean Program for the Nature Conservancy in Oregon here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the spatial assessment work that we are conducting for the collaborative. The spatial assessment work is essentially being aimed at trying to figure out what is the potential for conducting expanded mariculture activities in Oregon. As Tyson mentioned, we already have a thriving oyster industry here, but there's a lot of other opportunities for other species to be grown, but we wanted to figure out where that can occur and which ones may be optimal in different locations. So we are looking at both coastal, which means in nearshore waters, as well as within the estuaries. We're looking at 8 or more species that have different needs, of course, in these different waters. And we're also looking to make sure that going in for additional mariculture operations fits within the existing coastal habitats and the coastal communities that occur here in Oregon. Next slide. So to do this assessment work, we're really running 4 different models, essentially sequential models, if you will. And this work is being done by a contractor, GeoHorizons, for us. And these 4 models are shown here. The exclusion model basically looks at where are places that are available for mariculture that are not automatically excluded. And just a good example we heard about earlier today in the meeting were marine reserves, marine protected areas, and the like that are already off limits for existing, for any more development. So those areas would be excluded automatically. And there are similar places such as navigation channels and the like within estuaries that would not be suitable for any sorts of mariculture work. Secondly, we run an opportunity model that is basically specific to the different species that are going to be potentially grown. Some species such as bull kelp, which is a commonly grown aquaculture, mariculture species, has certainly different requirements than, say, Olympia oysters that can be grown within estuaries. And so we plug in those different parameters for growth for these different species to come up with what are the opportunities for these different potential mariculture species and where can they be grown within these oceans and estuarine spaces. And that's for 8 different species. So you can see it begins to be complicated pretty quickly. Next, we run a suitability model, which is looking at a bunch of information about what are the optimal locations and for this work. And then finally, a ranking model to find out where are the best locations. Okay, Tyson, next one, that's good. Thanks. So just quickly to get one idea for one of these species, looking at bull kelp being grown on a line culture. And the opportunity model, again, is what does bull kelp need to grow? It has to grow at a certain depth. So we have to find out the depth contours. It has to grow within certain salinity ranges. Current speed and temperature are important for growing kelp. And then you run those through with the exclusion model, and you begin to see shown here the map on the right is that the blue areas are what are suitable for kelp, at least for opportunity wise. And again, not surprisingly, all this information is being put into a GIS system so it can be looked at and pulled apart, and of course used later as well. And most of this data is being pulled from information that's already been collected for other projects. And so we're using a lot of data that's out there, has been collected for various reasons over time. Next slide. To get down to the suitability for any of these given aquaculture species has to do not only with what are the needs for the species, but also some logistic questions. Logistics are very important for any sort of mariculture industry. You need to have transportation. You need to have onshore ability to process this material, whether you're growing. You may need to have certain other resources you have to be aware of and certain other uses that are occurring within estuaries, for instance. And so you want to avoid areas of conflict. And we also want to avoid other current activities such as fisheries where fishing is being conducted. And so we employed we gathered some fishing data as well that would steer us away from some of these areas. And so that with this information put together, the suitability model, at least for one species here, is shown on the right for the Olympia oyster. Again, this is being cultivated within estuaries, and this is Yaquina. You can see where there is some current suitability for high suitability there in blue down along the area. Not surprisingly, that is Oysterville, and so that is still a suitable area to grow Olympia oysters. Okay, next slide. Permitting pathways. I'm glad that Alex from ODA has joined us here. Permitting is a challenge for mariculture just because we're talking about, in some cases, very new species for Oregon. Growing seaweed in water is not being practiced in Oregon. We don't have specific regulations for it. It would take considerable energy at this point for the agencies that are going to be involved in this. That would be ODA, that'd be Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife as well, DSL, probably maybe Water Resources Department too, DEQ. So there's a number of agencies that would need to be involved in moving forward with seaweed aquaculture in a large way. So this all takes time. And so we are looking at permitting pathways to understand more about what are the issues that we have to deal with. And we're asking specific leads in the agencies as to how we can move forward in these realms. And the permitting work is largely being taken on by Oregon Sea Grant, and sort of as a test case, Oregon Kelp Alliance, ORCA, is also in conversations with these agencies as well at some of their pilot project work. So not only are we looking at some of these cases to work on new applications for new sites, but also there may be some what are called co-culture operations or options. So where you may be growing seaweed on existing oyster farms, for instance. So a lot to consider. Not something we expect to figure out by the end of a couple of years working on this, but certainly we hope to identify the pathways to move forward on permitting. Next slide. Pilot projects. As we noted, there are some current pilot projects being conducted for this work. One of the really exciting ones being conducted by the Oregon Kelp Alliance down out of Port Orford is an in-water line-grown bull kelp operation. This is a small operation they're working on down near Nelly's Cove, near the port of Port Orford. And they're actually growing kelp on lines that are anchored out in the water. I think they are right now in the process of harvesting the very first harvest on this effort. So that's really exciting to find out how successful they're going to be. And bull kelp, as most of you know, is an annual plant, and so even its time in the water, it will still be putting out some sporophytes, some spores. So it will be already beginning to work at propagating in terms of this restorative nature in the nearby areas in Nelly's Cove. Also, there's certainly some urchin culling that's been going on to make some of these areas more suitable for natural regeneration. And this urchin culling work has been again organized through Orca down mostly on the south coast. There's some Olympia oysters that are being grown both opportunistically and some being proposed for new cultivation by some growers that have existing permits for that sort of work. And then on land, there are currently a couple of tank grown seaweed or operations called dulse is the primary seaweed being grown here, both in Bandon and in Yaquina and also up in Garibaldi. And with these, and at least a couple of these, they are growing sea urchins at the same time. So there's already some existing tank grown seaweed and sea urchins happening in small operations in Oregon. Next slide. Next slide. I think you're up, Tyson.
Yep. Thank you, Dick. And some other activities we're engaging in, I'll pick it up from here, is marketing, looking at market and finance strategies. So some ways that we're doing this is looking at the development of some straightforward bioeconomic tools to assist new growers and investors in their understanding of kind of the business cycle for various marine aquaculture enterprises, as well as, in some cases, the estimated economic valuation of restored ecosystems and new commercial opportunities. So some of the things we're looking at through our initial market finance strategy tools, some species we're interested in to start with have been, of course, the purple urchin for urchin ranching, Pacific dulse, also grown in tanks, bull kelp and exploring opportunities for bull kelp, native Olympic oysters and understanding more about opportunities with Olympia oysters, and red abalone. We're also looking as a part of this, looking at the value chain components for these species. And so what I mean by that is we're looking at things like consumer opinion, what's the available market, what's the general profile of markets, if there even is one for some of these different species we're looking at. Market demand, is there a market demand that we're aware of for an additional local product? And those market opportunities could be things like what are listed here as examples, but food products or biostimulants or other innovations that we become aware of. And in those photos that you can see here in this slide are different ways that Pacific dulse is making its way into some other value add products other than being sold as a raw commodity, which it is sold as a raw commodity. There's also these other ways that it's being utilized by other Oregon companies, which is really exciting to see. And then also depending on the species, we'll be developing other tools. And so these tools can be used by current producers, future producers, entrepreneurs, interested parties, many different people. But the tools will include some production input modeling, production output modeling, farm record keeping components, net present value forecasting and investment, estimated value of some of the plats that could potentially be used, economic value of different things like the ecosystem kind of valuation. So things like having an improved kelp forest, how much have we lost? What's the acreage? What's the value that we're losing and or could be gaining? And going to move on from marketing and finance strategies and kind of moving into our networking component is thinking about, and this is kind of led by a multitude of us as a part of the Mariculture Collaborative in different ways. Of course, Oregon Sea Grant is really leading the way with Alex Marquette and reaching out to producers, doing a lot of one-on-one interactions, phone calls, site visits. But really, we're thinking about how are we developing this mariculture network in different ways? How are we connecting practitioners, and how are we connecting with different communities and understanding desires, needs, opportunities, challenges? What's the component of all these conversations? How do they start adding them up? And how do we start making spaces and places for those conversations to happen together? And that includes, of course, knowledge sharing and resources. And then, of course, through Oregon Sea Grant and others providing technical support. And then these in-person and kind of virtual events as we go along. So some examples of maybe ways that we're starting to develop a network include most recently, we've launched a podcast. This is hosted by EcoTrust. It's called Tending the Tides. And here you can see so far we've actually we've published one episode. It's introducing Tending the Tides. We have another one that'll be coming soon. I want to say maybe next week, maybe the week after. History on the Half Shell will be our second episode. And then we'll have at least 4 other episodes coming out over the course of 2026. And to produce this podcast, we did interviews with over 20 different individuals along the Oregon coast, some of them producers, some of them agency partners, some of them from academia, nonprofit, a lot of different spaces, researchers. So there's a lot of great information that's kind of coming together, and we're learning a lot as well as sharing a lot through this podcast opportunity that we're developing. I'll post a link, or you can probably just Google it to get to the homepage for that podcast and get access to the first episode, as well as information on where you can find the podcast on different platforms. And another example of ways that we're doing this networking is coming up on November 12th and 13th. We're hosting the Mariculture Future Forum. This will be down in Coos Bay, right before the State of the Coast Conference. And the purpose and the goals are, building awareness and enthusiasm, identifying mariculture priorities over the next few years, identifying research needs, identifying different pathways that we can build the future that we want together, and holding some of those discussions, and really facilitating new connections and partnerships to move this kind of mariculture sector forward together. So I think I'm going to pass it off to Dick to close us out.
Thanks, Tyson. I just wanted to finish with this last slide. I'm not going to read through this at all. There's a whole lot there, and the slide just disappeared. Oh, it's back again. Good. Just to note that, again, we are pursuing this work because mariculture is not only a good and new potential industry for the Oregon coast, but actually one that contributes to the Oregon coast economy and will contribute to the Oregon coast environments, both within estuaries and well as the near shore. It has a lot of benefits, both to restoring some of these habitats through some of the filter feeders that are being produced here, as well as the actions of seaweed. These are not industries or businesses that require the input of of nutrients at all. They take all their all that they need from the seawater, and they are releasing good things back into the seawater as well as the air. So they're all net positive, basically. And they fit very well with the governor's executive order for resilience. Healthy ecosystems are more resilient ecosystems, and so these things will all of this effort will contribute to adding resilience to our coast. So thanks for your time. We went through a lot of information here. There's a lot more we can tell you about, so please reach out. There's 5 of us here. You can find myself or Tyson at these places, but there are others within Sea Grant and Oregon Aquaculture Association or ORCA who will also be happy to talk your ear off about mariculture. Thanks much.
Hey, thank
We'll
you
take
so
questions
much.
right now if you have them. So
Yeah. Can you go back to the slide before the last slide? That was a great graphic about how everything relates. Yeah, the one right before that. That one, the restorative aquaculture, that is a really telling graphic, and I love it. So, and the work you're doing sounds fantastic. So thank you guys for being here.
sure, thank you. Appreciate
Yeah.
the opportunity.
Yeah. Do we have any questions? Any quick questions? Anybody? Raise your hand. No? Okay. We did put some links in the chat. So a lot of good information there if you want to find out more. Still not seeing any questions. I think you guys covered it. We have all our answers. We know everything now.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for having us, everybody. Good
Yeah,
thanks
thank
much.
you. Appreciate you guys being here. Okay. Whoops, just lost my screen. Okay, with that, I guess I'll look to Andy. What do we need to do next? I know we were going to come back to questions regarding working group updates, but maybe we should just go into discussion about future planning.
Yeah, I think we should discuss our next meeting. We had originally thought we would be meeting in April. I did send around another link to the scheduling poll, so thank you everyone who's already provided your availability for that poll. I still think we need a few more folks who participate in that to be able to schedule that. I think that would be an expectation of having a full day meeting then. But I have heard a potential need for a meeting closer to now. So maybe an interim shorter meeting that has 2 or 3 agenda items on it. The agenda items I've heard potentially need to be discussed or followed up on would be the executive order and any guidance from the interim interagency team that would come from that. It would be to receive the final STAC report and the ability to engage more directly with STAC. And then if there is a desire to have comments to inform the draft roadmap that Jeff has been working diligently on, maybe there's kind of an offshore wind focus for the STAC report and the roundtable draft or the roadmap draft, and then a follow-up of the governor's executive order. And as I think about timing, I'm thinking late January, maybe for that. I wasn't sure exactly when the STAC report was due. I would need to go back to look at that. But I know that we often have late January deadlines for our program, so that's often one of the things that we're focused on. So that'll be something that we have to balance. So just curious what the thoughts are from the council as to the potential for an interim meeting, and or if we just want to wait until April. But
Joe.
I think that's a good idea, Andy, and I think those agenda items sound good. I'm going to have to hop off in a minute here and another call at 4.
yeah, apologies for going long today. We tried to get as much as we could in, and I guess that's the challenge of full day meetings where you're trying to do everything in one go. So.
Okay, any other comments on a late January meeting? I guess I have a question for Andy. Will that, with your other deadlines for your agency work, will that create too much of a problem? Would it be better to do early February, or is that too late for like the stack report?
That's what I would be worried about, is not being timely enough for the stack report. And so I think we would be able to handle a late January meeting. So maybe I can send around a scheduling poll for the last 2 weeks of January, and we can go from there. But I heard support for an interim meeting, a shorter agenda, short, probably half a day at most, maybe 3 hours, where we'll try and get some of that stuff done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you, Ryan.
Yes.
Yep. Keep in mind that the session is February.
Yes, that's a good point. Okay, I think, Andy, we did want to talk more about kind of long-term outlook for OPAC, but maybe we can do that in January. See as how it works.
Yeah, I think we've put everything on the table, and I think we've given you a lot of food for thought today. So.
Yes. There were some questions in the chat. I just saved it, so I'm thinking maybe, Andy, I can work with you and we can get some of those questions to some of the presenters and give them back to the people who asked about them. I think there were some good questions, so.
And there were some good responses as well in the chat, so maybe we can highlight some of those. Yeah.
Okay. With that, anything else? Usually I'd look to Tara to see if she wanted to say anything, but Andy, do you have anything else, or anybody else on OPAC have anything to say?
No, I just want to thank everyone for all of your time today and for a very productive meeting.
Yes, thank you. And one last thing I do want to say is, Jamie, I know you cycled off OPAC, but thank you very much for being here and being on working groups. Glad to hear that your voice is still within the OPAC world. So thank you very much, Jamie.
Yeah, agreed. He has been great, and his willingness to continue to participate with us is much appreciated. And do reach out if you have people in mind who would be good for future OPAC members. So reach out if you have anybody. Otherwise, thank you all. Have a great rest of your day.